believe you made the call with Jack 5 of spades. Ahmed's going to bet out on the flop. Ace high. Hugh did flop a pair of fives, middle pair. He'll make the call on this. Queen of clubs comes off, giving Ahmed the lead. And this time he's going to check it. Hugh checks behind. 10 of hearts on the river. Kind of a scary card. But Ahmed does have the ace of hearts as a blocker. He's going to bet out 105. And take it down.
Nice start for Ahmed.
No 6 8 of hearts.
Get his little heater going.
Can you straddle from the bottom?
No.
No, they're doing it. But they're doing like successive straddles.
That was fucking okay.
So we could go like 6, 12, whatever.
Okay. Multiple straddles.
Ron passing on the straddle.
I'm adding 6. I can add 6, right?
2 balls. 3 balls. 4 balls.
Yeah, like 13.
5 balls. 5 player chance.
It's match attack, right?
I think that might be more than.
I mean, I'll double check it.
Yeah. I'm not trying to.
After this hand, that is.
I think I'm 13.
3, 6, 5.
Can I get some order?
I don't think C4 has 13.
Yes, please.
Oh, you're saying
C2, C3.
C3. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, he has a 13.
Uncomfortable flop for all of them.
8, that's 100.
Yeah, all diamonds on the flop.
Yeah,
Only
about
one
30.
diamond among the 5 hands. And not the strongest diamond at that.
Thanks.
So
1 fold. 2 folds. 3 folds. 5 folds.
And then
So you adding 6?
yeah.
Production is 7, is adding 600. Yeah, that's correct. 6, 7.
I'm good. Yeah, okay, right? Just making sure.
Man, where are the cards?
8 raises with them.
Oh, we trash that.
I'd rather not play with trash cards. I don't mind, but I'd rather not.
Cost me 300.
5 folds.
Shot him.
Dealing.
Yellow.
Shot him.
600 again, paddle.
looks like we're doing 1-3 Holdem with one hand of Omaha today. This is where the Omaha button moves backwards around the table. So one hand of Omaha every orbit. This will be our first hand of Omaha. Straddle is on also. 1-3-6 Omaha this time.
I don't play it. I play it.
Nice little PLO.
TC or prime? TCH new location? Yeah.
You can see the gold button on top of the dealer button. That button will be moving
Okay,
to the left after this hand, and the dealer button will move to the right.
Same guys playing every day?
Hard to see.
No, different guys.
Well, Bryce's first two cards were aces, it looks like, so he
When they're
should be
pawns,
having a good Omaha hand
seems
here.
fill up.
Overlapping is best.
Oh, okay. Like even like exactly like one on top of the other.
What's the pot?
30.
30?
30.
In Houston, you can open for 5 times whatever the big bet is. With a $6 straddle, the pot size bet is $30, and that's how Bryce opens this one up. Aces and fours, not suited
5 folds.
for Bryce. Vicky's going to get in there with a couple of 5s and a 9 and a 10. Toby's got a suited ace. And Hugh with a pair of 7s and some middle shelf straight cards, rounding out the field. Good flop for Hugh. Flops top set. Nobody has a club draw.
Vicky flops a straight.
And Vicky did flop a straight. With 9 and 2 5s. 9, 10 and 2 5s. Nut straight.
7 calls. 8 folds. Heads up.
Four of diamonds, no help to Hugh. He's going to need a board pair
375.
to win or a 9 to chop.
That's 375.
Tough spot for Hugh here. In Omaha, your opponent is much more likely to have the nuts than in a Hold'em game.
7 calls.
And you don't really want to be on middle set. Your opponent could also have top set and already have a straight. And then a club comes off, which is a scary card for both players. So it's going to go check, check. And Vicky's going to take this one down with a nut straight.
Yeah, calling on the turn with basically just the set option. You're going to be in trouble. You're going to be 3-to-1 dog most of the time.
Yeah.
Nice hand for Vicky.
I could hit a 9 to win too.
First Omaha hand of the day.
I almost caught it when I
Went
wanted
well
to
for
call too.
Vicky.
I almost caught it on the flop. I'm never folding anyway, so might as well.
I wanted to call. I couldn't. It was a hard fold.
You would have got there though? Remember?
Nah, I don't think so.
Dry ace.
Dry ace would have been wicked.
Yeah, I would have known. No one had the nuts.
And then big blind Bryce wakes up with another big hand. Couple of jacks.
He chose the 65 or 70.
Uncle Ron would say throw those in the trash, but Bryce raises it way up to $75.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't need a hand to do damage, but
No, you can't.
the way he plays, being an aggressive style, when he does catch a hand like this, he could really stack somebody.
Ron waking up with big slick on the button, limps in, and we'll be heads up to the flop.
Come on now, you're only $3 in.
Almost caught.
And a king in the window for Ron.
Ron.
Bad news for Bryce. Let's see if he continues on this flop. He does bet. I like the bet. But with Ron instantly calling, I bet that's going to slow Bryce down. He does check, and Ron bets.
It's still his eye.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It looked like he checked to me as well.
Are you planning to come tomorrow?
Yeah, maybe. I might play at the TCA. I think 5-5.
Tomorrow?
Is it 5-5?
5-10. You know it's not gonna be
5, 10, 100.
You played it last week, you know it.
Shows wild.
Ron betting 100, Bryce calling.
I know, that's why. It's great. Is she coming back? Is she coming back this week?
I don't know, man.
2 pairs now for Ron.
There's a lot
Was that
of-
in Madonna? Madonna?
Yeah, there were a lot of hands where like I knew I was folding the best hand, but I just couldn't call it because there's like more people behind.
And Bryce opts to lead out here.
5 calls.
Ron will be calling, of course.
Good call.
Aces and kings.
See, I know it.
Yeah, the continuation is pretty standard. When the king hits, it's in your range, and if your opponent doesn't have a king, you can take it down. But especially, I don't know, you should have probably seen Ron on some of the other broadcasts. If Ron's sticking around, he's got something.
Yeah, most likely.
Nice job, Ron.
I'm wondering if that bet on the river was more of a, if I bet 200 here, Ron can't shove it all in kind of bet.
Well,
This is the price I'm willing to pay.
I guess.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Could be wrong, but
So you have to play, you have to win a hand, right? And
Yes, you have to
show-
win a hand. You give your knit button, and the last person with the button pays the bounty.
So you have to show your hand?
Yeah,
you have to show
Or
it.
you keep the knit button. You don't have to show it. You keep the knit button if you don't show it.
There we go. Talking about
So
the
I have
knit
to show it
game.
to give the button away.
Yeah.
well, and here's Vicky now, starting out with a big hand, making it 30 to go with 2 red queens.
Not 70, just 30. Discount?
Half price.
Half price.
Ahmed with a suited ace 10, raising
You
it
make
up
it
to
60?
60.
Why not?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Rookie mistake.
Too soon.
Yuvraj on the button, king 10, making the call. Hugh with another ace 10, making the call. A lot of action here. See if Vicky decides to raise it back up.
Hello, what, young Friday?
Yeah, on her first reunion.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
I don't anticipate a fold. She is going to raise it up, $330 now.
I don't think Vicky knows what that word means.
Oh, she took the 30 back, so 300 total was the bet.
Can I look at it?
Yeah.
Cool.
6 calls.
Nice.
Good play by Vicky there.
Half price good.
You're a Hall of Famer.
You don't want to be going up against 3 players with a hand like that.
Your state of
Yeah,
Ohio.
he would fucked it up.
Yeah, you got a very strong hand, but it's also vulnerable.
But
So
I think if I just flat
take the
call you
aggressive
is
route,
Yeah.
take some of the
Right,
equity
so
away from your opponent,
I think
considering they already put
it was gonna be the same.
pretty good amount of money in.
Min click too. It was like so weird.
Yeah, nice little pot there. She
I wanna
collects
see the flop with that.
And then
$180
this dude was talking about doing something. I was like,
without
oh.
even having to look at the
I want to
flop.
see flop
I want
too.
to see the flop with that hand.
I don't want to play
Why so
pay
much?
$300.
So much.
Give me 70. I said no half price.
It's a stream, family
It's
ball.
not half price. He pocket jack. He bet 70. I
came on my
pocket queen.
Facebook.
I bet
So I came over
30.
to
Half
check
price.
Should have bet
That's
15.
true.
Like the release, the
Okay,
three
next time
first
pocket
showing.
aces. I bet 15.
Okay,
Okay.
you got
I
it.
promise.
So next time you bet 15, I know you have aces.
Okay.
She'll bet 15.
Vicky with king 9 suited this time under the gun,
Oh no.
raising it up to 15.
Oh, no, I don't believe that.
Must be pocket aces, right?
3 calls.
I can't.
Ahmed limping behind with
Hands
a
full
big
trap.
slip there.
Probably afraid of the aces.
The other hand was like the best hand I've seen. It didn't even have an ace in it.
That lets CPT in with queen 7 suited and Toby in there with 8-5 suited. So we'll have 4 players to the flop.
Jeez, just Louis.
1 check. 1 check.
Ahmed flopping a pair of aces, taking the lead.
4 bets 30. And a fold.
Toby with a gut shot to a wheel is the one who's making the bet.
Discount? No discount. No discount.
This one, half price.
That's price.
Vicky doesn't like to fold. She's going to see the turn here with king 9 of clubs. Some backdoor outs.
We raised for 1 time.
But Ahmed putting the squeeze on, raising it up. 110 now. Toby wisely getting out of the way. Back over to Vicky here. Looks like she's going to lay it down as well.
Too bad.
Big one, Vicky. Six another down. Yeah, that's it.
Straddle is on.
Quiet. Scream.
Four calls. Four fold.
Yuvraj with ace-10 of hearts, raising it up to 35.
Seven folds. Eight.
Limb here.
Lemon correct.
CPT
Nine calls.
coming on in there with the suited connector, 9-10 of clubs. Vicky's got clubs as well. She's going to take a look.
One call. Two calls.
Price is right for Siva to get in there with the suited cards as well. 4 players to the flop. Yuvraj in the lead so far with ace high. And he flops an ace.
9-6.
That should kill the action of most everybody else's hands.
One check. Two checks.
Yeah, not much there for anybody but Yuvraj. Checks around to him, and he will bet $55. Pretty small bet into a $140 pot.
One fold. Two calls.
But it will be enough.
7 deuce.
First pot.
Nice little bet. You might be able to entice some Broadway cards to stick around.
Seat 8 is adding 500.
Try to get people to put money in when they're behind. That's the whole idea of the
King
cash
high?
game.
A high.
That's right.
A.
Doing good, thank you.
Seat 8 added 500.
Can I get some room temp water? Room temp water?
6.
Thank you.
6 another down the straddle.
Oh, this is my heart.
Straddle is on.
They got him in there. Perfect. 4 folds. 5 folds. Appreciate it.
Raise.
Yuvraj with a couple of deuces, raising it up to a quarter.
7 raises 75.
Yu's going to 3-bet.
Folds.
Queen Jack offsuit, making it 75 to go. CPT is going to take a look with Jack 10 of spades on the button. I like that hand on the button for sure.
Way better than 7-4.
Dealer does a lot of work.
I don't like it better than
Action dealer does a lot
7-4.
of work.
Yep.
Yuvraj looks like he's stacking up some raising chips here with his deuces, and he does raise it to 225. 4-bet is on. Gets you out of there. And we're down to 1. CPT on the button, Jack 10 of spades. And he will make the call. We'll be heads up to the flop. Oh my.
Wow.
CPT flopping the world. Yuvraj 4-betting pre-flop with deuces. Let's see how he handles this.
He's told a story of a very strong hand. If he wants to win this pot, he's going to have to, well, number one, get lucky, but he can't know his opponent just flopped a straight, but
betting 150. That's a small bet there relative to the pot size, but a good continuation. Yeah, he's going to need a lot of help here. Let's see if CPT just calls or if he tells him how far ahead he is with a bet here. I think CPT is not liking the 2 hearts on the board, so he's going to raise it up.
Should be 1,000.
350 now. 200 more for Yuvraj to call.
Excuse me.
1 orbit into the game, already a $1,000 pot in Holdem. Oh, and Yuvraj picks the wrong time to make that move. Moves all in, instantly called by.
So funny. Just straight?
Yeah, I'm nuts.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm dead.
Yeah.
Not technically dead. We can get running deuces here or running full house, but drawing pretty slim.
I'm dead. No, I'm dead.
Now he's dead.
I'd rather not show my hand.
That's fine. You're good. Yeah. No problem.
you like the heart. He decided to tell that story of a big pair.
This is mine, right?
That is yours.
It was yours.
With his opponent flopping like that, there's just no chance.
Yeah, there's. Just ran into it.
That's rough. I didn't make a straight raise. Straight raise.
Got queen jack now. I wish it was suited.
720 it looks like.
Flatted 70, flatted 220.
720.
Who knows? He might use deuces as his randomizer, play them like aces.
That's fine though.
Okay.
Yeah, not a terrible idea. I would pick a better hand like 7-4 or something like that, but to each their own.
Yep.
3, 4, 5, 6.
I did too.
Break time? Break time?
25.
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
I'll just take 5.
Yeah,
you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll take 1. Thank you.
700, 720.
That's your prize.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm gonna add.
You sure you want to add?
How much can I add?
You can match the stack. Like,
Well, yeah, what's the biggest stack?
I guess
I'm good.
I think it should be him now.
Oh, this is literally like for a cough. This is a cough cup.
How much? How big
Yeah,
is
can
it?
you ask what the biggest stack is? And then I'll
This
It's probably his, right?
Yeah.
about 2,000 right now.
2,000? Okay, I'll go for 2.
I don't
So I have
think I had 1,000 on me.
You had like 1,800.
Just a little bit left.
I have 18 or 19.
Plus the dead money.
So 2? I can do 2?
True.
Yeah, you can.
You're right.
Okay, so I'll add for 2.
So is that 10 on the Leon?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is how a 1-3 game gets crazy.
2,000.
Yeah.
So this
You
is,
got
I have
15.
1,000 on me and then I need the rest.
Okay, we'll get a rush. You're going to be 2,000 behind. When he
So
goes
now
down.
I'm 1,000 behind.
How much behind are you?
I'm not behind, I'm just
Did you
getting,
ask for a hint or something?
I'm just getting chips
Okay.
for later on.
But not.
Yeah,
and then
I'm 1,000 behind.
1,000 behind?
Yeah.
Okay, seat 7 is 1,000 behind. Seat 6 is 2,000 behind.
I'm just 1,000 behind. I have chips for 1,000.
Okay. Well, I need to tell them to add it on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
2,000 total, 2,000. And then seat 7 just
Yeah,
added
yeah,
on
no
1,000.
Oh,
Yes, $10 under the gun shot.
that's the only hand that snaps there, right? Jack 10? That's the only hand.
$10 straddle under the gun this time.
We'll put that in the box.
Yeah.
2 players adding chips to their stacks this hand.
5 folds.
Called a 4-bet too. Interesting.
I was already in for 75
Yeah. And it was a good amount more.
on the button.
Me?
Yes, sir. $10 straddle. 6 folds.
30.
7 raised to 30. Cool.
Is that money is yours, right?
You raising it up with 9-10 of clubs.
9 folds.
Getting a call from
1 fold. 2 folds.
Rice, I believe.
Four calls.
Can I just get to my phone for a second?
players, right?
I think Bryce's hand got deleted, but there are 3 players on this flop.
4 checks. 7 checks. 8 checks.
Checks around on a baby board.
4 checks. 7 checks. Heads 75. 4 calls. 7 folds. Heads up now. 4 checks. 8 checks.
A pair?
Huh?
Or a small pair?
Small pair too.
The smallest pair?
Pair of deuce is good for Toby. Gonna collect that pot.
Ron's more of my line of thinking, passing on the straddle.
Yeah.
Don't really like putting money in with a random hand, if I don't have to.
8 calls.
Sounds pretty boring to me.
25.
I like boring.
CPT raising it up this time with ace 10.
1 call. 2 calls.
From the hijack. Vicky getting in there with 7-3. Now Ahmed
3 raises to
with
1.
big slick suited.
Taking a little different route with his ace-king this time.
Yeah, raising it up here to 115. Out of position this time. Probably wants to just take this pot down now.
Easy
So
game.
he does.
So much.
PLO every time.
Favorite.
I'm just catching cards.
Button's back around to the PLO button, so we will do a PLO hand again.
Yellow.
Just catching cards.
PLO. 4 cards coming your way, guys. All 4 cards in the box.
How quickly does it read it? Like, very quickly?
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty quick. It's just all 4 need to be in the box at the same time. It won't read 2 and 2.
Uvraj here with a suited king. Not a very good hand though.
No, you just be careful.
6 and deuce really don't connect with those 2 higher cards.
Okay, okay.
Q's hand, however, double suited.
7 raises to
9, 10, and
15.
king all play well together.
8 raises.
Raising it up to
Yeah, I know,
15.
50 is the number. 8 raises to 50.
Bryce is going to re-raise it with queen, queen, 10. Queen, queen, 10, 5. CPT getting in there. He's got a suited ace with a couple of 9s in his hand, and Vicky calling also with jacks. Looks like we're going to be 4 ways to the flop here. Q's got the most equity currently, but Bryce with the best hand right now.
7 checks.
And you can see why that equity was up there with the double suited hand. He flops the flush draw and a pair.
9 checks. 1 check.
CPT with a pair of aces. And there, the flush
it
gets
is.
there.
That's 100.
A lot of times you don't want to be drawing to a 10 high flush. Turns out it's good this time.
Yeah, with nobody else having a flush draw possible.
But against 3 players, I'd be cautious with a 10 high flush here. Bryce has the queen of spades.
Heads up now.
He makes the call here and maybe thinking about trying something on the river. Now in Omaha, you have to play 2 cards out of your hand, so even though there's 4 spades on the board, Bryce's queen of spades does not play here.
250.
Hugh has the only flush,
7 bets 250.
but Bryce could represent a flush with that queen of spades. He elects not to do so this time. Probably a good move.
Did we decide not to do
elect
mid
the
games
pot.
or?
Yeah,
If you've got like the ace of spades, king of spades, something that represents the nut flush, that's a good card to bluff on your single
And last time we did
suited card. But
Let's do 15.
when you get down to second high flush,
You know the game.
don't really want to be bluffing with that.
Okay,
For
so
sure,
we'll
especially
button.
when they're
Like
four-way
the
to the
button.
flop there. It's pretty easy for somebody to have the
To
nut
win a
flush
hand,
there.
show a hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so when you win a hand, and you have to show your hand though. You have to show your hand. If you forget, then you can't get rid of the button. So if you win the hand and you show your hand, then you get rid of your button, and then the last person with the button has to pay everyone at the table $15.
So basically 130, 120 for every.
120.
You pay 120.
So the last person pays out 120. Yeah,
15 each person.
15 each person.
8 raises.
Straddle is on. Bryce raising it up here with 9-8.
So basically,
it's fun
just try not to be last one holding that button. That's it.
Last one loses.
Oh, how
15 each.
long?
As long as you
It's
get.
however long we have the buttons. So when you win a hand, you get rid of your button. You have to show your hand. You have to table your hand. Yeah.
And then you take the button back?
No. You give the button back to the
When you
dealer.
have the button, you're losing.
Somebody have it, the last
Everybody
We
gonna
can
get
show
it.
you. We can show you. Yeah.
It's okay. Just play and we'll show you. So right now, everybody gonna get 9. Everybody gonna get a button. After they win a hand, they give the button back.
Oh yeah, my mic.
And if you are the last one with the button, you pay everybody each person $15.
How you know you the last one?
Cause you're the one that with the button.
Because you're the person you have button.
It's the button. The button indicates.
6 fold, 7 5.
Everybody gets a button. The game is the last person to get rid of their button loses. So the way to get rid of the button is by winning a hand, like winning any. So you want to be the kind of the last person to not win at least one hand.
Are you Vietnamese? What are you?
I'm Chinese.
I'm sure they would have figured it out, bro.
I'd rather not talk in other language.
It makes people
broker the language.
it makes people bluff more. So they're trying to get rid of the,
It's easier.
Create more action. It's create more action. That's basically what
especially
it is.
toward the end, like when the last 3 people.
Let me explain to you after the hand. So right now he's gonna give everybody that red button. You see that net red button? So everybody have a button. Let's see if I win a hand. I show my card. I give that button back.
So you don't get to pay.
Yeah.
No,
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the last.
You're gonna get
If the
15
people
guaranteed.
don't show up or don't win the hand, need to pay.
Yes.
Right,
So the
last one.
Last
Yeah,
person.
right?
Last one pays everyone.
Pay
15.
$120, $15 each for 8 people.
What about Brandon?
That's the massive can
Now that the
Yeah,
explanation's out there, Nick game's going to be
Start now,
How
starting.
you know you the last
Can you
one?
hand this out?
Cause you're the one with the button.
with the button.
Hey guys, Pilo does not count towards that, by the way.
Okay.
Alright.
And if we go twice, it's the natural board. First
Yeah, it's a natural board. And if you guys chop on a single board, that hand does not count for either.
What about we run it twice and we choose the first board?
First board will always play.
Yeah.
Also, the dealer stays for 30 minutes or an hour?
Hour.
Then we can do 2 PLO bomb puts after the dealer exchange. Is that okay with you all?
Like consecutive?
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine.
I didn't know that, so.
Probably just one.
2 PLO bomb
I don't
puts?
care. I don't
Yeah,
care. What do you guys
that would be
want?
cool.
No, is it raise 25?
No, he said
Yeah.
Let's just do one. Let's
8
do one.
calls.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Like
said
toward
shoot
the end,
one.
I don't mind doing rounds
You
and rounds of
understand
bump
yet?
up with you, but
We'll see after this hand. You'll
it's
see.
a bit early for
So
that.
we need to show our hand, right?
Yeah, you have to show your hand.
So can someone remind me, or it's just no?
No,
that's
on you.
I'm not gonna
But
remind you.
if you win,
I don't think Steve is going to have to be reminded to show this hand.
Okay, so you folded, right? So you're definitely not gonna win this hand,
2 raises,
right?
20.
So you're gonna keep that button. Whoever wins this
Keep
hand is gonna
raising
get
it up
rid of
here
their
to
button
20.
if they show their cards. And then they're just gonna win, right? They're not gonna lose.
4 folds.
I guess that
You can tell the Nick game's on because
Okay,
Ahmed
see,
3
see,
bets
see.
with
You
6-5
understand.
of spades. So $60 to see the flop now.
you're here forever. So.
Bryce is going to get in there with a couple of deuces.
Okay.
never gonna get those chips back.
No, keep right here.
Never.
You understand me?
Maybe you play better.
Sick game,
Maybe I
bro.
play better.
Sick game.
Sick game.
Sick game.
I was like, oh, Jack 10, no. Put it in there, bro. It doesn't have jack ten.
That's Jack Queen.
How much you willing to spend and not spend 120 at the end?
You could have ace king of hearts.
I
275.
yeah, maybe I don't know.
Siva putting on the 4-bet, making it 275 total. Folds around a big blind Bryce. Couple of deuces. Perfect. And it's a coin flip. Heads up.
You need me to translate in Vietnamese? You need me to translate in Vietnamese?
It's okay.
You see after this hand, you understand.
If you like, you know, you understand.
Just try not to be last. Just try not to be last. That's it.
Deuce is still in the lead currently. And Bryce is also first to act here. Bryce has played on a lot of our streams. He's a very aggressive player. And he's going to move all in with those deuces.
Sick move. That's my move.
I thought you already gave the knit button back. It's the all-in button.
2 overs and 600 already in the pot.
No, I threw it.
Like this.
You try to raise to 25 and then you just call.
Yeah, Bryce's bet is basically a pot-sized all-in here.
Did you got jacks again?
Basically the same as jacks.
How much is it total? Sorry, I didn't get you first time.
570.
Looks like our stack sizes are just a little bit off there. He's all in for 573.
You're gonna show it anyway, so.
That's true. That's true.
6-4, 6-4.
Siva makes the fold. And Bryce will
It
show
was good. It was good. If he was
pocket
10, he would
deuces and get rid of the knit button.
He showed his hand.
Nice move by Bryce.
So he gives his bun back.
Big risk,
Got
big
it now?
reward move.
So last one with this pays everybody.
I give to you.
Okay. Okay. Fine. All right. Yeah.
Backdoor flush.
Backdoor
Backdoor
flush.
flush draw, he says.
Backdoor straight, backdoor
He
flush.
did have the only heart.
Deuces. I like that hand.
Sick.
Nice answer.
You understand now, right? You win a hand, you give it back. You show your hand, you give it back.
I could win one hand, so.
Yeah, just one hand.
Just one hand.
You just can't be the last one.
Price should be fine.
I'm adding for 1,000.
You played this stream last week?
How much?
1,000.
Yeah, I
You
played on
played
Thursday.
You played it how many times?
That was my first time.
You play her live? Or
No,
Nice hand.
not at all.
Thank you.
9 folds.
Yeah, ace king.
Something like that.
Ace jack.
I think you had pocket tens. My guess is pocket
Yeah,
tens.
nice one for the
$20.
6 raises to 20.
Yuvraj raising it up here with ace high. He's on the button.
7 calls. 8
Limped around to him. Pretty good move, especially with the knit game on.
1 call.
We will have
Let's go.
5 players to the flop.
Bryce, put it in the box, please. Thank you. 5 players, guys.
Bryce and Yuvraj tied with ace 4.
Check.
7 checks, 8 checks.
Nobody has a king. Nobody has an 8. And nobody has a deuce.
1 bet's 4.
Vicky with that flush draw, she's going to fire.
She does have the most equity in the hand right now, and she bets out $40.
7 folds. 8 folds.
Yeah, you win
I
already.
need to fold, right?
No, you gotta show. You gotta show.
Ah, there you go.
And you give the nip button back.
Yeah.
Done. Game is over for you now. Done.
So you just wait.
Now I got the tip.
Yeah, now you're getting 15.
So if you like the button, you can keep it.
You don't have to show your hand, you can keep the button.
You showed your hand too, that was sick.
I need to show my hand.
Yes, you have to show
Yeah, you did it correctly.
And now no more, right?
No more.
For you.
Maybe in 30 minutes.
We're gonna play again. We're gonna play more than once.
Wow.
The nip game's not over yet. People are still gonna play like in the nip mode.
I'll play like a nit. Shit, I'll pay everybody.
I'll pick it off in the beginning.
I'll pay everybody
Wouldn't
15, I
that?
don't care. Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the stream the first time we did 50, and that shit kind of hurt.
Where? Here?
TCH.
So stupid. 25 should be the money.
Vicky with a real hand here, big slick.
Yeah, we played 40 last night.
It's a 30.
Betting $30.
Was it a 1-3 game? No, right?
30 to go.
Ron with the suited ace going to get in there. Vicky could have literally anything. Yuvraj in the cutoff. King Queen is going to raise it up to 110. Vicky was all in.
Dang.
Oh, 400. I thought I heard her say all in, but the bet is 400. My mistake.
Effectively the same play. She's letting him know she ain't going anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, she only has 800 behind, so you're basically letting him know that you're willing to put your stack in there. He does make the call, though. No help to either player on the flop. Vicky firing out 400 bucks again, and she'll take it down right here.
You can show it. You can show it every time if you want.
You can see the live stream tomorrow. I saw already.
Yeah.
Right?
Vicky's got the game figured out.
It is live today. The show after midnight.
You let
They
me
show it
know
right there
what I
already.
have tried.
The show after midnight.
You know, I call if you bet like 100
The
bucks.
show after midnight, you said,
You
or
bet like 200 bucks. I call.
That's why I bet.
oh, gotcha.
Oh man. No, I'm pretty sure I had like the worst hand.
Yeah, buddy.
600 again, pretty much.
Don't worry. You're not the only one to play with trash cards.
It wasn't. They weren't even trash.
No, it wasn't.
Is that Shadow?
Yeah.
Raise.
This versus 25. 7 calls. 8 calls. Nine raises to 100.
You look so serious, man. I'm scared.
1 volts.
CPT putting in the 3-bet with ace-10 of clubs. Putting the pressure on Yuvraj once again in the hijack with Jack-10. That's the original raiser.
Six calls. 7 calls. 3 players.
Pretty good flop there for Hugh. Flopping middle pair. He has the only heart and backdoor straight outs.
Bet to 175.
He's going to bet into it. 175.
Used to be considered a donk bet, but that's a pretty good lead right there.
Easy game.
Well, it
Easy
checked
game.
around to him. He was in
Easy
last
game.
position.
Oh,
I
man.
messed up with him.
Oh man, what are you doing there?
He's going to get rid of his
I'm in
nib
position.
button.
I have the nib button. What am I supposed to do? What do you want me to do?
Going to the chat.
Probably your hand is best there. So.
I have the best hand.
Yeah.
For sure.
Can I add?
1 and 3.
Can I get the brush?
You cannot add no more. That's it.
much are you adding?
1,000.
C6 is adding 1,000 to this hand.
You snap called the 25.
I mean, I'm a good price.
6-8 also is working it.
It's the best hand on the button, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Thanks, man.
Yes, I'll have to pay 15 anymore. I promised myself I'm gonna play the mid, but I can't.
1,000.
But you can't.
That's a good flop for my hand.
That's a great flop. That's a great flop.
Especially when they check to you.
Even if he bet, I'm probably gonna call another one.
Yeah.
5 points.
Backdoors. Backdoor flush draw.
6 raises 15. 7 raises 50. 8 folds.
Yuvraj raising it up again.
2,000 behind his hand.
9-7 of
Yeah,
clubs this time. And he is going to 3-bet with 10-8 of spades, making it 50 to go.
2 calls. 4 calls.
I'm the only one button without the button, right?
Pretty close to his favorite hand.
Yeah, bro.
His favorite hand is 10-9 suited. We'll have 4 players to the flop. And the flop is no help to anyone. Siva ahead right now with...
Ain't bad shit.
Oh, my apologies. Toby did flop bottom pair there. Siva turns nut flush draw, though. Toby also has a flush draw to go with his 4s.
4 bets 100. 6 folds. 7 folds.
Siva with straight outs and the nut flush out.
Thanks, man.
Giving it some thought here. I would think he's thinking about a raise rather than...
How much did you win last time?
Yeah, I think he's calling it minimum, just deciding whether a raise would be better.
And he does raise it up to 375 total.
375.
Yeah, because when I saw the stream, you already had 7. Had 7.
And then I flopped the middle set. I just shoved, open shove, and she called. I was like,
Oh yeah.
I was like, I know if I shoved.
I think I saw that hand too.
And the raise was the better move.
Yeah.
Sicko, bro.
No hand at the moment with some great outs.
Not compared to what you do.
Betting the semi-bluff and getting the fold.
Yep, when I saw the stream, I saw you already had 7.
Nice move, collecting the pot and getting rid of the
I
net
thought it was
button.
gonna be packed, that's why I didn't come. And then y'all play like 5-6 minutes for a while.
I finished the stream. I left like 10 minutes after the stream.
Of course you're gonna finish the stream because you're doing so good.
Yeah, I can't believe.
The lady was just punting hard. But the thing is that she running so hard in the beginning.
But she was running hot, and we were playing the kill game.
She won like
so
3-4
she was
times.
winning all of them because she was literally playing everything.
Not surprised, bro.
5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. 1 raise 50. 2
Is
folds.
that discount?
Vicky raising it up on the button here. She does have an ace, making it 15 to go.
She told me when she raised 50, she got pocket aces. I might believe
We'll
it.
have
Probably 75%.
4 players to the flop. Vicky in the lead with ace high currently. Bryce with the most equity though with king queen.
3 checks.
She does flop an ace,
Check. 8 checks.
taking the lead.
Uh-oh.
Betting $65 into a $60 pot. Bryce looks like he might get sticky here with this king high.
8 calls.
Not the right time to make that move. He needs some serious help.
8 checks.
There you go. Small plan.
1 bet
Vicky betting $75 this time. Made a believer out of him.
Get in.
No problem. It's gonna be PLO, guys.
Yeah, I think Bryce was looking to flat there and then maybe be a little devious on the Turner River, but when that second 9 came, if Vicky did have even a weak ace, she probably wasn't going to fold.
How many nits we have? 5 nits?
You want
Yeah.
Yeah, folding is not in her nature.
That's why I'm interested.
I want to fold my aces now. Don't pay the net.
You're gonna fold your aces?
Fold my aces.
CPT 805 up. Vicky right in the same ballpark. Now, if Ron wants to get rid of this nip button, King 10 looks pretty good.
Nope. Not this time. Oh, this is Omaha hand. We must have not saw his other cards. Yuvraj here with double suited kings. That's a great hand to start with.
Theoretically, yeah.
Raising it up, and then Bryce putting in the 3-bet with jacks. Single suited. Vicky making the call with 10s. I don't like her call there. With 3 diamonds in her hand and 4 and 5 not really working with the 10s very well.
Yeah, and you're dominated so often by the hands that are going to 3-bet there.
Check.
Ace high diamonds on the flop gives Yuvraj the nut flush draw. But it will be Bryce who pots it with middle set. Vicky has a smaller flush draw, 10 high flush draw. Backdoor straight outs, but not a good straight. And that's a good fold on her part. Action's gonna fold around to you, Raj.
6 calls.
1 pair and the nut flush draw, making the call.
Heads up, guys.
Tray of clubs come off on the river. Now we know that there are a lot of diamonds in the muck here. So Bryce's set is in really good shape. But this is a tough laydown if you're Yuvraj.
Excuse me, yeah, he's got to know that his only real outs are the diamonds. And
9, and that's what, 6, 7?
he's not getting the right price for it.
No, this is exactly what you want to do. If you've got a set against a draw, you want to pot it.
Should be 1,200 in there, right?
Beautiful, beautiful.
No?
And it looks like Yuvraj is going to make the right laydown here. Showing Bryce that he's got the nut flush draw. Bryce all in for pretty close to a pot size bet.
Such a beautiful starter, such a nice flop, and all turns to nothing.
720?
40.
740. Oh. I don't know, what is he potting? He also raised, right? He's fucking aces, dude. Sorry, I'm gonna take like 20 seconds.
Coming back tomorrow.
I might.
So fucking annoying.
If I'm coming here, I will probably come out for space.
I'm gonna invite all the space people come in. Like Justin, JR,
Mondo.
Mondo's coming tomorrow.
Yeah.
All those guys. Caleb, all those guys.
Caleb is coming too tomorrow. Maybe.
Hey, Robin Hood.
I had an ace.
had an ace too, so.
I had an ace.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, an ace. So
They're going to rabbit
The
hunt if
king
you
might
don't
be good.
show
Yeah.
that. I don't know what
That's what I
that
was
last
thinking.
card
I feel
was,
like
but
if-
it
I
looked like it
don't
paired the board the way he
Probably had pocket
reacted.
deuces.
Yeah, the little celebration by you, Raj, it obviously wasn't a diamond.
Yeah, set. Well, I mean, I'll find out. I'll find out later.
Yeah.
I think I saw a jack.
I had a jack.
You had a jack?
I had 2 kings, a jack, and a
Oh yeah,
7.
you're right.
Yeah.
Ace jack.
You had ace jack?
No, I said the ace jack.
Oh, you had the okay. You had 2 jacks.
Yep.
Oh, fold.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I thought my kings are dead, or
I would have ran it twice with you if you want. Considering your hand, since you showed me your hand.
yeah. No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I looked at things 6 fold.
Fucking running into everything today.
I had to put.
Did you the
I had
blue
to,
body?
I had to pop, you know.
Oh yeah, you flop a set, dude.
Whatever you're
What are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
5 aces, so be it.
Yeah, no. That was,
I mean,
that was
I'm pretty sure I don't have aces, right? 'Cause I would have read.
Yeah, that was the. That was the dog.
Yeah, turn diamond would have been great, but whatever.
Price back to 20.
Players to the flop here. Siva flopping top pair. King 9. Checked over to him, and he's going to bet $40. About half the pot.
Good for it.
How much we doing bump at 10 or 15?
Yeah, sorry for the
How
coughing
much you
again.
do last week?
Last week we were doing 5. Yeah, it was not.
Can I buy some whites?
I'm down
No,
for
I
10
like
though.
just 3-bet
I'm cool with
pre-flop.
10's
Let's do
fine.
10.
Punish the limpers a
Five
little
there.
bit,
Let's do
but
10, let's do 10.
in Houston, you're not going to get them to fold. If they've already called, they're normally going to call you raise.
Yeah, well, if you think you have the best of it, you want to build yourself a little pot,
This
though.
one has any limit. This is no.
What is 10?
Yeah, we're doing 10 teal.
Position and the best hand
I
worked
played
out
with
perfect.
the cabinet at 2.
Yeah,
There's a
there's no point
Nick
in
game
playing it
doesn't
if
Dealer
you're
We're not
change
tapping
here.
it,
We
right?
got
No,
a
no,
$10
no, no.
bomb pot coming up.
I was like, what? Starting
Double
pot
board
loading.
Omaha bomb pot, $10 a person.
Oh, over there, they cabinet.
Yeah, I heard. I was here
For
the
those
other day.
unfamiliar with bomb pots, everybody antes up a certain amount. In this case, it's
That's an ultra
$10.
limit.
And then there's no betting before the flop.
I mean, you pretty much
Bring
just
out
get it on
two
the
boards
flop and then run it.
Yeah.
Get it on the
Play
flop.
a split pot game. Whoever has the highest Omaha hand on the top board, and then also the highest Omaha hand on the bottom board.
Yeah, the split pot makes it very interesting. People get married to one side or the other and have no shot on the other side. Oftentimes end up quartered, or their nut hand on the turn disappears. You can get in pretty deep in these pots.
Is this
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Double board, right?
Yeah.
So double board bomb pot. Let's go.
With 9 players in the hand, we'll have $90 in the pot. That'll be the maximum bet after the flops.
See 3, 4, and 9. They need the cards.
3, 4, and 9.
3, 4, and see 9. Cards on the reader. Just kind of, yeah, just. C3.
Sorry.
You don't fold this.
It's a bomb pot.
Yeah.
And now the players know what they want.
C5, that's 15.
Ron was trying to fold before, but he sees now that he's flopped a full house on the bottom board. He also has
6 folds.
not much on the top board. Possible straight outs.
1 fold.
Four players to the turns. Diamonds get there on the top, or sorry, spades get there on the top board. Nobody has any spades.
7 calls, 8 calls, 3 calls.
Bryce with a couple of pairs on the top board.
Ooh, that'll do it.
6 is full on the bottom for Ron. 8s and 4s on the top for Bryce.
25, 6 calls.
Only have one pair on top, right?
Bryce folded, so he was going to take down the top board with just the aces.
Chop it up.
Yeah.
And that's how you play a bomb pot. You try to fold, and then you flop on full house with 6 deuce.
They're 2 clubs.
Back to our regularly scheduled Holdem game. Straddle is on 1-3-6.
Yeah, no real blood in that bomb pot. Nobody had much of anything up top. Nobody was going to put a lot of money in.
Yeah, those bomb pots can be pretty wild sometimes. You get a couple people that connect to those boards, get a lot of action. That one was pretty tame. Having Ron batting out also helps limit the action. If he's firing, he's got something good on at least one of the boards. Action folds around to Ahmed here. He's got 8-7, and he's going to raise it up to 20 from the cutoff. Ron in the small blind with the same hand making the call. And Hugh with 6-4 also getting in there. And that's not a flop that any of these players want to see. Ahmed was the original raiser, so he's going to fire at it. And most likely take it down right here and get rid of that knit button.
Sorry, my bad. One way to get trade button.
Yeah, yeah.
Effectively winning $120 extra.
Yeah, definitely. We got 3 people left with the knit button.
I believe that's correct.
Wait, you have 2 knit buttons?
No, I was going to say, I don't know if this is.
CPT.
CPT remaining with the.
Uh-oh. It's getting close. It's about time to make a move, buddy.
Already lost. I keep losing $400 in hands. So it's fine.
Yeah, trust me, yeah. It's better to get 115.
8 calls, 9 folds, 1 folds, 2 folds, 3 calls.
Toby raising it up here, ace-7. And the knit button.
5 calls.
Ron's got a little ace. He also has a knit button there. I didn't realize he still had one as
6
well.
raises to 100.
4 of those still left in the game.
7 folds,
Yuvraj going to
8
raise it up
folds,
here with the
3
suited king, make it 300 or a 3-bet to $100.
Is it day 6 or day 7?
4 calls.
I don't know. I don't follow comments.
Ron wisely getting out of the way here. You don't want to waste $100 to try to avoid paying out 120.
In the main event.
Final?
No, I don't know. Like 12 million.
And then he sees the ace flop, probably kicking himself, but it was a good fold.
Good fold this time with ace deuce. Toby taking the lead here with ace with the 7 kicker.
6 bet, 75.
But Yuvraj 3-bet pre-flop, and he's going to continue here, making it 75.
4 calls.
Toby making the call. He has the ace of diamonds, blocking nut flush draws. And his ace is also good. Board pairing on the turn. See if Toby, or Yuvraj rather, continues here. Looks like he is going to keep betting.
6 bets, 275.
$275. About $350 in the pot.
Toby's weak kicker got a little bit stronger here, so I don't see him going anywhere.
4 calls.
He does make the call. Diamonds get there on the river. Let's see if Yuvraj continues to tell the story. He does not fire the third bullet.
Check.
4 checks.
And Toby's going to take down a pretty good sized pot here and get rid of his knit button as well.
Thank you. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Nice job by Toby sticking around there. Gotta hand it to Yuvraj. It was a believable story, but once Toby stuck around till the turn, had to shut it down.
Something helps on that board.
But I wasn't one bluffing though, so that didn't help me.
Sorry, got the big. 1 fold. 2 folds.
Ahmed raising it up here with 3-6 suited.
5.
This is not a knit button play. He's already gotten rid of his button. Just getting active here. But he's running into a real hand. Hugh with King, making it 85. And Bryce in the big blind with Ace-Queen.
Well, I think there's a group of players in Houston that like that 6-3 the same way you like 7-4. But this time it's going to cost them.
Or win him a big pot.
Or that.
Bryce making the call here with Ace-Queen. Ahmed also calling. Will be 3 players to the flop. Ahmed in position. Hugh ahead with kings at the moment. And he will remain ahead. 2 10s on the flop.
7 checks.
2 hearts on the flop. Nobody has a 10 or a heart.
$8 bets, 300.
Bryce taking a stab at it here. Betting $300. Ahmed getting out of the way. See how Hugh handles this bet. Bryce over betting the pot.
7 calls.
Hugh coming along for the ride. Third heart now on the turn.
7 checks.
Hugh's king still in the lead, but he checks it over to Bryce.
Now is Bryce going to use that heart as a scare card? Fire again.
8 checks.
He opts not to do so. Checking it back. Hugh now with the check mark. Kings are going to win this hand. As long as Bryce doesn't somehow bet him off it.
500.
Bryce betting 500 into the $860 pot.
Nice job by who? These are the type of tough decisions you have frequently in deep stack, even 1-3. And he made the right decision.
Yep. That was kind of a scary board there. You got two 10s on board. Bryce could easily have a 10 there, and then hearts get there on the turn. He could easily have hearts, but stuck with his guns and made a good call.
If I shove you, do you fold? If I shove you fold, you call? For real?
For real.
Snap?
Snap.
He had like 400 left. I don't think he's folding.
Yeah.
Oh, we have 400 left? Okay, yeah.
I'll just reload.
In the head.
That's the one advantage of a cash game. You can always reload.
4 calls, 5 folds.
15.
6 raises to 15.
Yuvraj raising it up here to 15 with an ace in the cutoff.
4 calls. 3 players.
3 players coming into the flop here. No nit buttons involved. Ace high still good.
8 checks. 4 checks. 6 checks.
Checks around.
8 checks.
5 of hearts on the turn gives Bryce a pair.
4 checks.
You have like a trash can.
Gives Yuvraj
6 checks.
a wheel draw to go along with his ace high. Blank. Blank card for Yuvraj, but Toby now has top pair. Bryce decides to fire now. Toby with a pair of 10s making the call.
6 folds.
And he's going to take down this pot.
10.
Get a little brandy and Coke.
You can't shove it on the button. Not on the stream.
No button shove.
Change the straddle policy for the stream in the last couple of weeks here. No more button straddles. We're allowing straddle under the gun, and that encourages people to re-straddle from under the gun +1, etc.
Only 3 people left.
Allowing the button straddle kind of takes the re-straddle away.
Yeah, I think it's made for some better action, actually.
Yeah, I think it's, and also I think the button straddle can be bad for the game. It's just too powerful of a position.
7 raises to 40.
I like the under the gun straddle, especially with action players like this.
8 raises to 200.
Speaking of action, we have a raise to 40 with 10-8 offsuit. Bryce 3-betting it with Jack-9 offsuit on the button. So no lack of action here.
1 folds.
Oh,
$200 to see the flop in this 1-3 game. Sounds about right.
You can't call it 6-7 suited.
No discount.
Bryce takes it down.
3-betting that late position opener is pretty common in tournaments.
I should have made it 30. I don't know why I'm at 4.
When there's already something in the pot to go after.
The 200 is coming.
Save $10.
And you don't necessarily need a strong hand to do it. You don't see it quite as often in cash games.
But the 200 is coming.
Bryce not afraid to splash around. Knit game still in effect. Yuvraj, one of the button holders, limping in with Jack 4 of spades, is going to be raised by Hugh with 2 10s.
One raises to 60.
Vicky with ace queen off, raising it up to 60 now. 3-bet is on. Hugh and Bryce calling. We'll have 3 players to the flop here. Hugh in the lead right now with 10s, but an ace in the window. Good for Vicky. $185 in the pot. She bets 120. And most likely will take it down now unless Bryce decides to make some kind of play.
No discount?
He does not.
100, I would have called.
It's good hand, baby.
What?
Good hand.
That's a nice bet from Vicky. You don't want to let
My
the
favorite
flush draw or Broadway draw
discount. I bet 75.
draw
I bet
cheaply
60.
there.
Blind is posted.
No, you definitely don't want to let him get in cheap.
You want him calling, but you want to make him pay the proper price.
Yeah, it's PLO.
Alright, PLO.
The buttons are matched up again for another PLO hand.
No speech. I don't think I've ever played with you before. We never played, right? No, like the other day at TCA.
We play at
before that.
Legends many times.
You remember me at Legends? Oh.
You just probably don't recognize me, because I'm probably a fish.
Yeah, that's the surefire way to realize you're not a fish.
Yeah, we play Legend many times.
Can you scan your cards?
We used to play out.
Me?
Toby with a suited queen here, but kind of a junky Omaha hand. He's going to get away from it.
C4 folds.
Ron with
There's another pile of
fours
junk.
and double suited, but
Double suited junk.
double suited junk, but Ron decides to get in there.
6 calls. 7 calls. 8 raises to 15.
Bryce has raised every Omaha hand so far. 5s with a 9 and a 10. Don't stop him from doing it this time.
1 calls, 2 calls.
So far, I don't see any hands really that I like that much. Vicky's King, Queen, Jack 6 is probably the best.
Got the one dangler of a 6, but at least they got some cards there that work together.
Yeah.
CPT's got the nice flush. He's got hearts working for him. That didn't flop.
5-6 king on the flop. We got a 6-8. We got a
set of 5s.
7-4. Yeah, set of 5s for Bryce. And he was the pre-flop raiser, so you can imagine he's going to pot it here.
Nobody's got that diamond draw, but Siva does have the ace of diamonds. That could come into play later.
Huh? Vicky making the call. With just a pair of kings here. Oh, two pair, kings and 6s. Not a terrible call. Bryce in trouble if the board pairs. Yuvraj also with kings and 6s. Very unlikely that the board will pair. Diamonds get there, but nobody has a diamond.
Nobody has a diamond, but in PLO, you're always going to assume that somebody's got that flush possibility.
Unless you're Bryce, you're just going to keep firing.
440.
Pots it with bottom set. I like the heart. I'm not sure if I like the play. I think it's going to work out for him this time, though.
It is pretty dangerous. You're firing right into the teeth, but he does have outs, probable outs, even if his opponent did make a flush.
Okay.
Vicky's going to make the raise here. She has top 3 pair. She's looking for a board pair here now with that jack. She's slightly more likely to get that. The Bryce is way out in front here.
Just one.
No, he already called.
Put a king out there.
Bryce is going to be surprised how good he's sitting here.
Yeah, most of the outs are already in the muck.
Maybe a repot flop. Like check repot, right?
Twice.
He's calling, bro.
It doesn't matter.
He's getting there.
You're getting your money in too.
They are going to run it twice. No help to Vicky on the first board. Bryce's set of 5s are going to hold up.
You got it.
Ah, so many diamonds.
Same on the second board.
3 pair.
3 pair.
Oh, she had the king 6.
And the
3 pair. I can fold. Here, flush. Oh my God.
Oh, I was dead, bro. I was dead. Oh.
Set of 5. Set of 5s.
You know, I folded king 6. I had king 6.
I can't fold.
Very aggressive play by Bryce there.
Good hand, good hand.
Ends up doubling
That's
up.
sick.
Bottom set.
See, repotted it, get it your money.
Ends up working out perfectly, but wow.
Dude, I wait till the
Bottom set, scary enough in PLO, much less a board that completes with a flush.
Yeah, everything gets there. He still holds up. Gotta love it.
Wow.
If I don't all in, he come and he win.
You have no outs. I have king 6.
He loses.
You have no
Yeah.
outs. You have 0 outs.
I have jack too.
Yeah, you have
Three
jack
pairs
out.
of all I
Jack
have.
out.
Yeah, you have to fold.
Yeah, the third part is for you.
You last play.
I think he have flush. I don't think he have set.
Oh, what are you
No,
talking
no,
about?
like in that
I have a lot of
flop,
iron, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Well, no
Six.
diamonds. I guess it's jack.
6.
On
You
the
got,
flop.
you got bottom
Yeah.
set when you two have top 2, so you're basically drawn dead.
Yeah, I'm drawing there.
One
So
out
you say get your money and go.
I need to,
Which is good.
I need to pop.
3 pair
I
looks
don't want
pretty,
to
but you don't have a lot of options there.
Yeah, well, you have,
Coffee.
you know, 6 outs there most of the
You didn't
time.
line up too. Diamond king still potting
You
it.
can't possibly know that everybody
Sick,
folded
bro.
the
So
king
sick.
sixes and
I told you king 6.
Oh, you have
6
flush?
outs with 1 card to come, not very appealing.
I was
No,
there
no,
with the first
But
king.
you
He
lose.
had the same hands as you on the
You
flop.
call,
if all of
you
your outs are
call,
live.
you lose. I have jack. King 6.
But he's not gonna put no more money on that turn. On that turn, he's
20.
6 right.
On that turn, he's folding. He ain't putting no more
Do
money.
you fold my hand?
Yeah.
8 calls.
Set. Okay, but 3 pairs.
3 pair with
Bryce putting in the 3-bet here to, or sorry, calling. Yuvraj raised 20
Always
with
said I'm gonna put it in
4.
his kings.
Looks like Bryce is
Any
putting
other
out
set
raising
I'm folding.
chips, but
4 folds.
Uh-oh.
5 players.
5 players.
Texas heads up.
5 checks. 6 checks. 8 checks.
Top pair for CPT. Taking the lead with 9-8.
9 bets, 55.
He's going to bet 55, about half the pot.
1 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds.
Ooh, got it through.
Uh-oh.
down to
He
2.
finally gets rid of his nib button. We're down to just 2 players remaining in the nib game.
It's like lose every fucking hand.
Ron,
Are you in there, bro? Love that.
Yeah.
Alright, straddle.
I can restraddle, right?
Yeah.
Yuvraj, is he the second one?
Let's make it 50.
yeah, I believe that's right. I think just the 2 of them now. We got a double straddle on here. 1, 3, 6, 15, it looks like.
You weren't supposed to do that shit.
This is a chance. I'll call you squeeze 500.
So you still have an option, right? Straddle.
See if
Yeah, he has
Okay.
options.
Yeah.
Ron opens up his game a little bit here to avoid the nit game, or if he's just resigned to pay it off.
All right, got it. And somebody went over the ace.
My guess is he's going to need a hand.
Yeah, I don't think the nit game actually affects his play much at all.
Oh,
Reshadow. Double straddle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a straddle of 6
Unlimited.
and a straddle of 15.
So we can make up the rules before the game, or
No, he said
okay.
we can do straddles.
8 calls.
Double straddle is on, $15. Bryce gets in there with queen 9.
Uh-oh.
Siva with a real hand here, ace queen off, raising it up to 60.
60, 3 folds. 4 folds.
Ron reaching for chips.
King 5 in the blind.
5 calls.
And with the nit button, he's going to get in there and take a look at the
Get
flop.
that 120 ready.
So he's free rolling on the nit game because
Yeah, what is it? 1, 2, 3,
120.
4,
That's
Ace
such
got
a,
out of there.
Made 120.
that's such a tight fold.
But he's going to need some help here against Siva's
No,
ace queen.
I'm saying like 2 nits in the hand.
He's not going to get it, at least not on the flop. Siva connecting.
Hey, get the nit
Top
button
pair.
too. That's so sick, bro. I never see somebody.
Oh, I'm so down to 1 3 game.
How much you down?
I'm down a lot.
Like 20 something.
Siva betting 60.
Someone's gonna help me, right? You're gonna help me?
Me. I'm gonna double you up. Yes, I'm gonna double you up anytime, buddy.
Anyone's gonna help me?
Yeah, eventually.
Maybe not him, maybe me.
Straight draw now for Ron.
You gonna help me out, man?
Hell yeah, come on, I'm
One
here for
over
you.
card.
You just gotta cooler me, man. That's all.
He doesn't want to hit his king.
Cooler him. He's like cooler him. He's eager.
Ooh, he hits his 5 instead.
2 nit buttons.
5 checks.
Just get it ready, you know.
I check only because it's him.
5. Let's go!
$60, please.
Still in there, baby.
Just hit the nit button, bro.
Yeah.
Siva couldn't see any value in betting right there.
Hey, when we finish this one.
And some of the hands that Ron's turned over just calling have been pretty strong, so it's probably a good play.
Yeah,
So the last
100%.
one.
So if he wins, he has to pay.
Not going to get
If
much
he
value
wins,
out of
he
Ron
have to
there,
pay.
but
If 2 lose,
You can't.
It's not gonna happen.
play forever.
Unless it's stacked. What if you both use the?
If I get stacked, then I have to pay. Right? If
Yeah.
If you get stacked,
No, what if both you?
unless you rebuy.
No, what if both you all in?
Fuck.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Like both you all in.
Oh, we both lose at the same
Yeah.
time? I don't think that's gonna happen.
I've never seen it happen.
You never know, bro.
8 folds. 9 raises to 30.
ooh,
10 folds.
CPT
doesn't
with
rebuy
pocket
loses.
rockets,
Gotta pay.
making it 30 to go.
Yeah, I've seen that. Someone has to rebuy and pay.
Good time to get aces when you have 2 players left in the nit game. Ron getting in there with queen jack of diamonds, which is basically going to force you, Raj, to call.
6 calls. 7 calls.
I see he have a lot
And
of
he was
chicken
in there
calls.
also.
When I go,
All
goes
4
king.
aces already accounted for.
He,
2 of them in one of the hands.
he have a lot of
5
chips.
checks. 6
But when I
checks.
come, he have around 800.
7 checks.
Who did?
Good flop for CPT.
MDC?
Ron does have backdoor diamonds, but I don't think he'll be making a call with queen jack.
It's still like 1,500 there.
No, he win my one hand 800.
Yeah.
But
He
big,
doubled him up, yeah.
big,
I stand corrected.
oh, he win his hand.
Calling
big.
60.
I got him. I got him. I got him.
He won. This guy got it, yeah.
Oh, that's why I asked when I go out. You kill him, right?
I didn't kill him. He's still alive. I got him, but not.
You kill him.
I didn't kill him.
Uh-oh.
You can't kill anybody.
Top
in
pair
there.
now for Ron. He'll be check calling.
9 checks.
3 clubs slows CPT down. Oh no.
Wow. Ron thinks he hit a jackpot.
Five bets.
That's 75. He's going to have to come up with a bigger bet than that, I think, to get CPT off this hand.
9 calls.
2 pair. Ooh,
Wow, that's fucking sick.
Oh, I have ace jack with the ace.
Ace
Why
is
you
up
doing
for
runner
CPT,
like that?
collecting the
Jesus.
pot.
You got 2 pair. What do you mean?
Thank you.
No, he runner 2 pair.
I should have. I almost call. If he didn't call, I would have called. I have ace jack with the ace club. That'd be sick.
How much did he raise pre-flop?
30.
30?
Oh shit, thank you.
Folds. 9 folds. 1 call. 2 folds, 3 folds. 4 folds. 5 calls.
Call.
6 calls.
Make it 20.
7 raises to 20.
Finally a hand.
1 calls.
Snap call.
Limps around
Oh,
to
slower.
Hugh in
Think
the
about
big
it and
blind,
call.
and with the
Call
only
too
real
fast,
hand, he
scary.
raises it up
When
to
I want
20.
to play, I don't need to think.
Okay. Now that's
Let everybody
I know
call.
what I have.
4 players to the flop here. Lots of spades out there.
I play my feeling.
And Hugh flopping top pair.
40.
7 bets 40.
Vicky gets a piece of it there. Second pair. And Ron with a gut shot.
1 calls.
Yuvraj also a pair.
5 calls.
Tough spot for Yuvraj here. He's got the knit button, bottom pair, facing a bet and 2 calls already. Do you call $40 to try to avoid losing 120? It looks like he does.
The answer is yes.
Six checks.
King of clubs, no help to anyone. Hugh with top pair, still checking now.
1 checks. 5 checks.
Checks around. And top 2 now for Hugh.
6 checks. 7 bets 140.
Betting a little over half the pot. 140 to go.
Vicky doesn't like folding much, but 4th high pair. Not exactly sure what's taking so long here.
Yeah, she probably figures her kicker's no good. Get out of there. She might have been thinking about making a move since the clubs got there, but it wasn't the story she told on the turn, so it's kind of tough to make that move now.
Show. You can say yes and then not.
Yes, I have the best hand. What do you want me to show?
Oh,
I don't have the nib one. What? Do I have to show?
No, you don't have to. But you can't be like, ah, yes. And
He
then
had
not
7
show the
high.
vote.
7
You
high.
have 7 high?
He had 7 high.
She almost got it.
2.
I had a pair.
You folded a pair, bro. So that's why you got. That's why you get the nib. That's why you got the nib bun, bro.
Worst pair.
2.
Auto close, gotcha.
Yeah.
Baby pair,
Okay.
6.
I have top set, guys. Mariva top set.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
I think you have win 10.
9
Queen
folds.
10 is the best hand. I think any pair on that board is the best hand.
1 folds.
Win 10 is not straight.
2 raises to 15.
Siva with the jack 10 of spades, raising it up. 15 to go.
4 folds. 5
Ron calling with queen
Dude,
10.
can't fucking catch a hand, bro. It's so bad.
7 raises to 60.
Q's going to put in the 3-bet here with a suited ace, making it 60 to go, putting the pressure on.
Yeah, it's a spade battle. Come on.
Siva's calling.
This might be a chance to double up here.
Ron calls behind. 3 players
You
to the
really
flop
did.
here.
Yeah, Ron's determined to get rid of that net button.
Yeah, if he can take down this pot, he will do so, but
7 checks. 2 checks. 5 checks.
checks around. Ron has a gut shot, gets a free shot at it.
There's like a few people wearing
925. 925.
A third ace now for Hugh. He's going to bet 60. Siva with jacks probably feels better about his hand with that second ace on the board. Going to make the call. And Ron with a gut shot, still chasing, trying to get rid of that nit button. Making the call. And the 10 is no help to anybody except for Ron, but it's not enough help.
7 bets. 185.
Hugh betting 185 now. Ace is full. Oh, Ron, what are you doing?
Ooh. He really wants to get rid of that net button.
Well, I think the graphics are wrong. I think that was a 10 on the river. He made a pair of 10s.
Yeah, it did switch up on us, but
yeah.
What? I'm gonna check the river.
that net button's getting expensive for Ron.
I don't think you're
Yeah.
bluffing that. I tipped you already.
Thank you. Straddle on.
Straddle is on.
Small.
Almost hit
And the re-straddle for 15. 136, 15.
Jack, you almost paid me out with a pair. You almost paid me out with a pair, right?
Yeah, if he's
1, 3, 6, 15. That's your normal game here in Texas.
That's a straddle.
That's a straddle.
And Ron getting in there again with a not a premium holding here, trying to get rid of that nit button. It's cost him quite a bit of money this orbit.
I figured somebody don't pay now.
Hugh 3-betting again, this time with 8-5 of hearts. Been very active, but most often has a real hand.
Yeah, and he's running stack up a little ways. He's feeling good. Starting to get aggressive.
Siva with a pretty good hand here, though. King 9.
2 calls.
Making the call. Ron's still in there.
Can't save you no more.
3 players to the flop here. Siva in the lead with King High. Pair of 5s.
I'm gonna check it
For
out.
Hugh.
7 checks.
Checks around.
2 checks. 5 checks.
3 9s now for Siva, and he still checks it.
7 bets, 80.
Lets Hugh bet into him. Siva putting in the raise.
280.
Makes it 280 to go.
5 folds. 2.
It's a pot size bet.
I have a trash hand. Fold.
That's an accurate statement.
True story. Gets out of the way.
Should've just check. What am I doing? Should just check one more time.
Check.
Not too bad, dude. I can't check.
I don't think you have to bet that. I think you can check that one.
None of the things I don't want to get the free cards. I think my 5 was good.
I don't think it's good. I don't think it's
I don't know. This kid.
No, I'm saying if you bet, I don't.
He always have it against me. Don't worry. I knew the guy. He never check raise with a bluff right there. Doubt it. I'm gonna check out. Let's see. Good hand, Jack. Next time I'm not folding. Just one time is tonight.
Okay. So when we're in the blinds and it folds,
I'm gonna make sure I have it next time when I do that.
Huh?
I'm gonna make sure I have it next time when I do that.
Fuck.
Yep. 3 calls. 4 folds.
You can't have back-to-back hands.
I did have back-to-back hands.
You did?
I had big hand.
Ahmed sneaky with queens.
6 folds.
30. Ask him I had a big hand.
7 raises.
Big hand.
All them pairs of big
Just
hand.
limping in there.
I should have checked one more time, dude, and then let him bluff at it.
Let you raise it up for him.
I don't want to check, and then the queen, and then the queen on the river. I'm like, what am I supposed to do
Big hand
now?
as well,
Yeah,
getting in.
it's 3 queens.
See
No,
if Ahmed
it's queen
puts in a
995.
check
3
raise
queens
here.
left in the deck.
Or a limp raise, I guess.
Never know.
Looks like he's counting out some raising chips here.
I don't want to raise anymore in this game. It's so stupid.
I got a sea change, bro.
Making it 150.
Y'all should see my bars, bro.
People limping in
Jesus.
re-raise.
I haven't seen that in a while.
You need some drink.
You drinking beer? Oh my god.
Upward.
Folds around. Nice little pickup there.
The tea.
Let somebody else raise it to 30 and ends up picking up about $100.
No.
Bro.
Light tea.
Beer tea. Cerveza.
Alright, no more racing for me, guys. That's it. I'm not give nobody no chance to check with it. You want check?
Not starting anymore.
Huh?
I'm not starting.
Soda and Peter in the chat there. Thanks for chatting, guys. And Soda's right. Please give us a like if you're out there watching. Really helps with the channel. Get those likes and subscribes up.
I'm playing trash and back to the back of costume.
And say hi to us in the chat.
See?
Looks like we're doing another PLO hand here. Buttons matching up again. 1, 3, 6. Straddle is on.
Oh, PLO. Nice.
No.
4 folds.
Don't put it in with 3 pairs anymore.
I'm all in with prepare.
6.
This is our most common game in the live room. 1-3 with one hand of Omaha. Should come check us out here at Champions Club.
What's the bet?
40, huh?
45.
40.
40.
You go to
Bryce raising up to 40 here. 3 Broadway cards. Some spades in his hand, not too bad.
CBT's got a nice little rundown.
Yeah, double suited rundown for CBT. Really nice hand as well. Vicky in there with a suited ace.
6 calls, 7.
Yuvraj got ace king. King is suited to hearts. Not really a big fan of Yuvraj's hand though. That deuce and 5 kind of works with the ace, but making a wheel is not the goal in Omaha High.
That can get you in trouble quite often. Sucker end of a straight.
Good flop for CPT. Top 2 pair.
175.
Open ender and
That's a
diamonds.
big ass pot too already, like 4 million
Flops
in
the
the,
best
in
of
the
it by
middle.
far. But Bryce also with a 10
alright.
and a gut shot to a bigger straight. And a gut shot to a smaller straight. He's going to like that flop.
9 calls.
Bets 175. CPT just calls. Not much to think about there, Yuvraj.
6 folds.
We will be heads up to the turn.
One card?
No, I'm good. Thank you, though.
Diamonds get there. CPT with 9 high diamonds isn't going to be in love with it. Bryce does have the king of diamonds, but again, you must play 2 cards in your hand, so Bryce will not make a flush, even if a 4th diamond comes off.
Yeah, he's got 2 blockers to his opponent having a flush, but he's not going to go crazy here. You might try to get a little value out of it, but you really always got to be cautious that your opponent has that higher flush.
Pretty quick call from Bryce there. That's going to slow down CPT unless he makes a straight flush here.
Ooh.
And that was the worst card he could possibly see. Bryce making 6s full now.
Just do like a green.
Yeah. 975. 8 bets, 975. That'll put them all in. Solid.
And Bryce all in again. Bottom full house. I think CPT is going to be able to get away from this.
All of it.
He's got a pretty weak flush.
You do, right? You used to?
He is blocking full houses, but
Long time ago.
and good fold by CPT there.
Blue?
River.
Yep.
Getting out of the way.
River the boat.
That's the big swings you have in PLO, though. You could go from the nuts to nothing real quick.
Yeah, first to worst.
And you have to be able to let it go, and you know your
I'm adding
your feet.
You win PLO every hand.
I'm liking Bryce's hyper aggression on these PLO hands.
Yellow play.
That can be the right move when you're playing against players who don't necessarily play a lot of PLO. Keep the pressure on.
It's worked out perfectly for him.
Also at top 2 though.
I still have our buttons.
I had a really good hand.
Been over an hour.
I promise I'll play anything suited, anything above
Anything suited, unsuited.
anything above a 6.
You see, I don't have the nibble hand. You just see the card I'm playing.
4 calls. 5 calls.
Every time he pauses, I'm laughing. Every time he pauses. Fucking fun.
I can't raise that hand.
Oh, every time he pauses,
You raising it up with 7 dudes.
Like, I thought he got a raise or something.
What do you mean pause?
He does something like this, so until I win the big button, I raise $20.
Can you analyze before you get it to you?
7-2 game is not on, but some people just like the challenge.
That's right. 5 waves to the flop here.
Yeah, I know.
Small aces.
Without looking,
That's a good
Actually has
idea.
most liquidity with queen 5 off right now.
I did it once. I was so bad in PLO.
But after this flop, that's going to
You
change.
just potted it.
I just potted it. It's double suited.
Oh, you knew you had potted.
No, I didn't.
Okay, well then it works out.
Can't into fire.
So one hand, single is hearts, right? So I potted. Someone else potted.
You're potting it blind the
Yeah, I
whole
potted
time?
pre-flop. I potted blind.
Pre-flop, okay.
Pre-flop.
Okay.
Even after flop, I potted.
Blind.
Yeah.
You're blind the whole time?
No,
When do you look? When do you look at your card?
So when someone raised.
3 calls.
Okay. Oh, someone raised after you potted.
So I potted it pre-flop, called. I blind bet like 60 even before the flop came. Everything
Okay.
monotone, pass. Someone raised me. Now I have to look.
Right.
I have the nuts.
You repot?
Yeah, of course.
But did they know you were blind or you just did it?
No, they knew it, yeah, because I was losing. It was fine.
Yeah.
It's done. I won the pot. Right. I think he folded. I don't
Oh,
know
he
why.
folded after you
He had the
repot?
second nut that he folded.
Wow.
7 checks.
The king high flush?
Yeah, he had king high flush. So
That's fucking sick.
that really, the next hand, again, I follow the same thing. One guy like repotted on me.
Yeah.
I looked down, I had aces.
PLO or?
Yeah, PLO. I pushed he got like a little hair.
3 bets. Set spades.
Yeah, I said
85.
I like that. So playing for like 5 hours.
Yeah.
I like that.
4 calls.
Yeah.
It was good.
I'm not remembering what Toby had, so it's going to be a surprise.
Yeah, I can't remember either, but Hugh's been pushing the action on this one, and then an ace comes on the river. I was curious if he was going to continue to tell the story, but the ace is also a spade, so that could mean trouble.
Oh, you went up 3K to down 2K? So 5K?
Yeah, he elects to
dude, those are the
give
worst.
up on this one.
The worst.
Yeah, he might have taken a shot against one opponent, but
Holy shit.
And you're always
after raising a call in front of him.
Ace 3 versus Ace 5 and 5 plays. So
I have ace
Toby
6.
will take it down. Ace 5.
14? Jeez, man. Jesus.
Tell him about the hand that you lost 6K with aces.
Ah, nah. Oh, shit. No, bro.
What did he have? What did he have?
He had bottom pair with the straight draw.
So there's this crazy guy, right? He just sat down.
Bottom pair was straight and he hit it straight?
He hit his fucking straight.
On the river?
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
So he overshot. So I think we are like.
Oh, he shoved the bottom pair?
3.5 deep, right? So.
Oh my god, that hand is crazy.
I was trapping him, right? So this guy's playing like.
Still got a couple nit buttons sitting there.
Yeah, it's been a long,
play with any 2 cards.
long hard road for these,
Like 5 x 6.
for the 2 remaining nits. Yuvraj finally getting a hand that he can play. Gonna raise it up to 15.
Let me tell you a hand.
I can play in peace, man.
Please sell with like this hand.
Hey, be nice, baby.
It's true. Marcel's favorite. Captain getting in there, or CPT getting in there.
Let's get this.
Jack.
Let's get rid of that nip button already, bro.
Siva with an ace.
I'm trying.
I'm gonna make him work for it.
I'm trying. Oh, so he pauses too. He pauses too.
Players to flop here. Siva in the lead so far.
Oh my god. Anytime somebody pauses to make me laugh.
Siva also with the button. And it's a queen. Ron and Yuvraj both flopping top pair. Sorry, Captain and Yuvraj. Ron's out of this one. CPT with the better kicker. Just calling. $25 bet.
2 folds.
Ace of Hearts, a scary card, but no help to either player. Opportunity, though, for Yuvraj to represent. He was the pre-flop raiser. And he bet $60. $100 in the pot. CPT makes the call. Yuvraj checking.
Queen.
Queen.
He will be keeping the knit button.
Like, how the
One more bet, you would have get it, bro. I swear to God, 200 would have got it.
Yeah, I think another bullet might have worked right there, but
yeah, pot size bet.
You would have snapped 200.
Might do the trick. But
bro, he's gonna snap for the rest of the day at the middle.
easier said than done, I guess.
yeah,
Yes, sir.
it's a lot easier to make those calls
What'd you
from
put
in
me
here.
on?
Nothing, bro.
What'd you put me on the turn? Just nothing, just some dog shit.
Yeah, just air bluff, bro. Air ball.
Oh man.
You got your number.
That's how I know I'm running bad, bro. Getting out kicked. That's how you know you're running bad.
Wanna leave already? Pay the one
No,
time.
I'm not gonna do that. I don't even care about that anymore. It's fine. I'm gonna run it up.
6 folds.
6 folds.
Rice raising it up here to 15. Ace Jack.
1 calls.
Vicky making the call with a couple of sixes. Siva getting in there also with king queen offsuit.
4 calls, 5 calls.
Ron
He
coming
showed a
along.
card. You pay 120.
We've got 5 players. Ron limping in there from the big blind. He knows he can't be raised, and he still has a nip button.
Be careful.
I don't mind the call there.
I'm really careful.
And he flops top pair.
4 checks.
But Vicky with bottom set.
5 bets, 20.
And
Toby with
Toby
a straight.
flopping the nuts.
8 calls.
Could see some fireworks here.
1 raises.
Ron bets
65,
20.
2 folds.
Toby calls, and Vicky raising it up to 65.
Call.
4 calls.
Ron making the call. 4 players
3
now
players.
on the turn here. Oh, quads for Vicky.
Wow.
4 checks, 5 checks.
This is really bad news for Toby. It's going to be hard to lay down that straight.
1 bet, 75.
Vicky only has 1 gear. A lot of people would slow down once they get quads, not Vicky.
75.
And why would you when everybody's just going to call?
And it worked out perfectly.
Two.
4 checks, 5 checks.
200.
1 bet's 200.
200 now the bet.
That's your big, Jack? That's your big?
4 calls.
Wow, just calling Toby. That's a
was
great
straight.
move there.
No good.
Wow.
I need to bet 500.
I would have lost a lot
that's
more
why I
money
bet
than
two.
Toby did on that hand.
You fold for 500? You fold?
No
Is
way.
he right?
Nah.
Job,
I have a
just
high straight
calling.
at 910.
Oh, really?
I think she's folding.
Thank you.
It's a really
Yeah,
good
it'd be hard to give your opponent credit for full
Calm me
house or
down.
better there. You might want to make a little bit of a raise, and that was the perfect time to just shut
I
it
don't
down and
know.
call.
He do for me.
No pros for it.
I just watching the
Every
cowboy
time I
hat.
raise 6-6.
Cowboy hat?
He's cooking me 1,000.
Exactly, bro.
Yeah.
I think I lost the absolute minimum there.
Yeah, I mean, you flopped the
He
nuts,
say
right?
if you win all of it, he's gonna give you the cowboy hat.
I lost
You
the
sure?
absolute minimum.
You could have got it
Okay.
in and just died on the turn.
If you win me all, I give you the big cowboy hat. We do?
Deal.
Okay, deal.
Okay.
That's a good deal.
I have a lot of cowboy hat at home.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Good.
Big size too.
Big size? Okay.
9 raises to 30.
CPT with ace-10 making
Sorry.
it 30 to go. And Vicky with the same ace-10.
60.
1
Raising it up to
Discount?
60.
2 folds.
Oh, no discount?
Little heat check. Still stacking chips
Double
from the
discount.
last pot. And Ahmed with suited big slick.
I like this hand. I don't know.
Facing a 3-bet. Put in a small 4-bet here, making it 130 it looks like.
150.
150.
150. That's a little bigger than I thought then. Toby,
4 folds.
Jack 10 of clubs on the button. That's a hard hand to fold, but facing a 4-bet, you can get out of there.
Can I just wake up one time?
Yeah, you definitely know you're behind, but this is Houston, and you make a call there, you're probably going 3 or 4 ways.
100 more.
90. Yeah.
Ends up being the perfect fold, though, with 2 10s out of play.
That's
Yeah. Vicky makes the call, will be heads up to the flop. She's going to need a lot of help here. And that's a pretty good flop if you're looking for help. Flop's a gut shot. Unfortunately, Ahmed flops the nut flush draw and is ahead with ace-king.
3 checks.
Both players check. And there's the nuts for Ahmed. And it's Vicky who bets. 85 is the bet.
85.
He just called with the... I like that call there. See if she fires another bullet on the river, and then you can put in your raise. $5-10 in the pot.
Check.
One check.
How much do you bet if you're Ahmed here? You've got the nuts. Your opponent bet into you on the turn. I'm gonna try to get maximum value here.
Three bets, 400.
That's an awfully big bet.
I don't think he's going to get anything out of Vicky this time. She's putting on a little show here, but I don't think she's going to call with ace high.
One fold.
Nice one.
Nice lay down. And well played by Ahmed there.
I guess Ahmed was hoping that she had made a flush as well. But
sorry, dude.
if she had something like this top pair with a queen, then you want to go a little smaller bet.
We'll
Get
play
some
it right
value.
after this one.
Yeah.
Okay, how about that?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
You take way too long on that.
What do you want me to do, man?
Play better.
I like the bet though
I feel
because
you guys
with
would
her
play the same
firing
way.
on the turn, you put her on either air or a strong hand.
Right.
So if you put in a big bet there, a strong hand's going to call. If it's air, it's never going to call anyway. So
Yeah.
you know.
It's just that she followed that up on the river with the check.
Yeah.
9 folds.
How much?
Is it a $500 chip? Down
Yeah.
there?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why is
Got a
it
$15 straddle on this time. Vicky making the call here with a suited ace.
2 folds, 3 folds.
What is it?
4 folds.
Slow down.
15, yep. 5 calls. 6 calls, 7 folds.
It's a never-ending knit game.
Yeah, this has been going for quite some time now.
Know your favorite hand.
And not for lack of trying. Ron's been in a lot of hands. Yuvraj has been in several hands. Just been running poorly.
6 checks.
But they're both involved in this one.
8 checks.
Yuvraj
1 bet.
with a straight draw.
5 calls.
Ron with an overcard. And also a straight draw, gut shot. But it's Vicky betting here with middle pair.
6 raises to 200.
I like this move by Yuvraj here. He got the open ender. He's raising it up, trying to just take the pot now. Makes it 200 to go. Vicky with middle pair. She's going to get out of the way. And Ron really chasing here
5 calls.
with a gut shot and 1 overcard, making the call.
Just these two?
Yeah.
Ace of clubs comes off. No help to Ron. Yuvraj with the only club in the hand. Little does he know it, but Ron's actually ahead with king high here. Yuvraj is going to put him all in.
5 calls all in.
Yeah, we got money this time.
All right.
Whatever.
Wow. Ron is ahead with king high.
Wow.
You have it?
No.
Go on.
Whatever you want.
Just run it. Just
One
say
time.
it.
Middle.
One time.
Pair.
No.
King high will hold up.
Oh my God! I have 7
Wow. And the Nick game. Wow. Making the call for all his chips with king high. And a gut shot. Look at Yuvraj's reaction.
You can't call him a nit now.
The middle.
Unnitty play I've seen
Well done, sir.
all day.
Oh my God. So sick.
I have pair 7 and ace.
169.
That's the beauty of the Nick game.
God, dude.
I fall on the third. Ace 2 pair.
This is
Wow.
170.
Well, you bet 200.
Love it.
Too much.
Why? How did you call
All
the
right,
check
now I
raise
owe
200?
everybody. Okay.
I guess
Can someone give me
Here.
red?
Yeah, you gotta love Yuvraj's play there. I mean, he only had the open-ended straight draw.
Hey, hero call.
You don't really want to be just calling and drawing to a straight when there's a flush draw possible. So he tried to win it right there, and Ron wasn't having any of it.
yeah, that's what it is.
That was the longest net game.
Yeah, he
Oh
was.
man, you really could have folded that one.
Ron already had
couldn't.
cash in his hand, getting ready to rebuy there. I think he was just trying to get rid of the little stub of a stack, and instead he
You want to play one more or no?
wins the pot and
Yeah, let's
wins
do
the
it.
Nick
Yeah.
game.
That Nick game.
That was the longest knit button.
Yeah. I mean, I know.
Marcel and I played one night for an hour.
I have pair 7
We played
and
for an
ace.
hour.
It's good.
I fall.
Yeah.
Oh, why am I
And they're
ready?
putting the Nick game right back on.
No,
Yeah, I'm right back to it.
Done?
Thank you.
No, you now you understand the game already, right?
Yeah.
One game.
Fun game. That's so sick, dude. Like you got like 2 million now in there.
King 5 just worked for Ron.
1 calls.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, yeah.
Straddle is on. Knit game is back on. All 9 players back in it.
Anything.
That is brutal.
Can we deal if two luck
Just
people like
limping
that?
in here with
Who
ace
win the
jack
pay?
of diamonds.
No, can't do. Who win pay?
9 raises. 60.
CPT raising it up here with 9-10 of clubs. Making it 65 to go. Big old raise. Trying to get rid of that hit button right away.
Maybe.
You're going to have to get past Ron on this one.
Yes, sir.
That ain't gonna happen.
5 calls, 8 folds.
He heads up to the flop here. Ron in the lead with suited ace. Ace jack of diamonds versus 9-10 of clubs.
Favorite hand, dude.
6-8. I want the 6-8.
Flopping 2 diamonds is Ron. Still in the lead as well.
I have more equity than I have a lot
No,
of equity.
you have like
equity.
you have nine club. You have 5, 4, 5, 4, 10, 3, 6, 3, 8. 3, 6, 3, 8. You have like almost 20 outs right there, but like half the deck.
Nut flush for Ron. CPT bet.
Oh man.
On
It's
the
the
flop.
game. It's the game we play, bro.
Let's see if he still bets the turn. He does not.
Shuts it down.
It was good check raise.
That's a Ron throwing it back.
It's because if he forward, he wins.
Does.
Yeah.
$100.
Because he already
You don't
folded.
bet 200. I
CPT getting out of the way
7 and ace
immediately, and Ron
and 2
taking
pair.
down a pot here.
I
And
have middle.
oh, he forgot to show his hand.
Ace.
Oh, ace king? No, ace king.
A7. A7 on the turn.
On the turn.
I block the middle pair. I block middle pair on the turn. You bet 200 and 4 and ace.
Yeah.
Gets to get rid of
You
it.
want to keep it?
Middle pair and blood draw, you know.
He didn't show
He
it.
said he wants
He
to
want to keep it, bro. He want to battle you again. He want to give you revenge.
You want to keep it now? And you don't want to keep it when I raise 200. King 5. Amazing.
I've never heard that
Great
before.
time.
I've never heard anybody say they want to keep it.
Oh yeah.
Put your ante
If I win, I want to give it back.
I don't want it.
Ron trying to give everybody a chance.
Trying to get rid of it.
It's good sportsmanship right there, but if you give you another chance to get back.
So you're making hero calls with King
It's no
5.
fun winning. It just hurts to lose. Y'all do
You got to just give these guys a handicap.
It's just.
I can.
What do you want?
I didn't.
It's just that we didn't remember.
I didn't want to pay opponent, bro.
Yeah, I don't want to throw in like 120 bucks for 8.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
but the winning the 15 is not a big deal.
It's not a big deal because I want to lose.
Yeah. I don't want to lose.
Yeah.
You don't want to lose it.
It's rough, bro.
Bomb
He
pot.
moved the hand and he
Get
paid
double board
$15
Omaha
for
bomb pot.
everybody. That's no fair.
That's a punishment.
If you're out there watching on
Being a
stream,
nit,
please
So
give us a
last
like
hand
and a
and then you need to
subscribe.
pay
No, that's a
everybody.
punishment for being a nit.
We really
I
appreciate
don't
it.
think we
It
can
helps
call
us
it
build
mid
up
after
all
playing the
our...
last time.
It's just unfortunate, bro. I'm sorry,
Yes,
bro.
yeah, bro.
Sorry, but
If
not
you're
sorry.
liking what you're seeing,
He just gone
you
card
want to
dead
try to
for
get in
us
on the
our
stream,
hand.
just
It was-
come on down to Champions
He's
Club and
making top pair here and there, straight out here.
play
and
some
there.
live
It's not
poker.
bad.
Yeah, it's put all
Get in
40
on the
cards in
action.
box.
We got all kinds of great promos going right now. Starting at midnight, we're still doing our $50 every 15 minutes promotion.
I get 'em.
Highest hand every 15 minutes. There's no
Everybody good?
qualifier. It just has to be $20 in the pot, and one card from your hand must play.
I'm okay, right?
So $200 an hour.
Check.
Yeah, that's just crazy. They're bending over backwards to get people in here. Invite them in to see what it's like, and once people are here, they're loving it.
Yeah, get it while you can. I think things are going to change at the end of the month here, but for the rest of July, we're going to be doing that promo. So from midnight to 4, come on down. And then if you play for 8 hours,
Oh, you keep doing
live
that shit.
game,
7 checks. Checks
you
around
get a
there.
free
Some
night
players-
stay here at Champions Club. The only card room in Texas that's
I'm right.
got a hotel built right on. And look at that turn card for Hugh here. He's got jacks full on the top and a set of jacks now on the bottom. What a
Be nice.
monster turn.
2 bets 60.
And
There's
Siva,
a straight on the bottom.
Siva betting
I'm
into
at
it.
at the moment.
Yeah, but that, I mean, if you got jacks in your hand,
Oh, you gotta feel pretty
you're
good right
loving
now.
it. You're loving it.
And the heart draw folds. Oh, moved over to the other side. Sorry.
Call.
4 calls.
Toby getting in there with a nut heart draw on the bottom board. Siva with just a straight on the top board. Not a good time to bet that. And Hugh just calling there. I like to just call.
7 raise.
And when it comes around. Oh, sorry. He hadn't acted yet, I guess. Raises to 300. Yuvraj making the call with just hearts on the bottom board and blockers to the straight on the top board. I don't like that call much. And it's jacks full on both boards now for Hugh. He's not going to get any value out of that, but other than the call on the turn. Blank and a blank for Yuvraj.
How much is it?
810.
Now you've got such a strong hand, you just want to bet a little bit. And
Yeah,
see if you can get someone to go
I'd like
for
to
one
see a
side.
bet of like $220 or something like that here. Too much.
7 bets 800.
Alright, I'm just gonna show one time.
Ooh, how about
Jacks, yeah.
block 3 7.
That is a monster.
Shows jacks full on both
And then
boards.
number 9 for
Not that.
You got everything, man. Why are you betting?
Yeah, he did
get
have
more money
everything. Made it pretty tough for his opponents to have much of anything.
Yeah,
I like a smaller bet there.
Yeah, I like what you were saying there with the smaller bet for sure.
Back tomorrow morning.
I'm good, thanks.
I give you one. T.
T.
But anytime you can scoop a bomb pot, that's a good thing.
Heck yeah. And he got max value on the turn.
Yeah, that's first time I ever had that turn here.
Good turn, too. I was going to check raise as well.
Never folded.
Sure, but yeah, with your hand.
I might call one time on a flop.
Yeah, for sure.
The top set.
600 times straddle.
You got the straight?
Straddle is on.
Which one, the bottom one?
Top.
almost bet the flop too. I feel like everybody.
I don't know if you bet. I don't know if I could do it. You never fold there, so if you bet, you're not folding. So.
I feel like that's too straight with my top set on one board, mostly.
Limps over to Yuvraj. He's got two tens. He's going to raise it up to 40.
I had 4-5. I know it was gonna, you know, I was in worse position.
He's speculating here with
if I call
9-7.
if they pot from there, I'm just playing one board, you know, I cannot call.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a pretty popular hand down here.
That 4-5, when the board paired, it was...
Yeah, I like those little one gappers.
Yeah, heart comes or board pairs.
Yeah. That's the thing with these bomb pots, you have to play both boards.
I think we're gonna get rid of this nib button. One time.
5 players to the flop. Yuvraj in the lead with 10.
Flopping dead too.
King in the window.
Me dead.
Good news for Vicky.
1 checks. 4 checks. 5 checks.
I don't know, man. The other cash games, I can sit for this long, but this is bothering, you know, like staying on the stream, you know, for that long, you know, it's kind of...
Are you nervous?
No, not nervous.
9 of clubs. Scary card.
Like in the middle of
Toby with the ace of clubs out there. Vicky betting now, $60.
Pretty small bet there. Definitely going to price in the flush draw.
And Toby raising it up, making it 180. Vicky, a non-believer, makes the call very quickly. Board pairing on the river. Good card for Vicky. She checks it over. See if Toby continues to fire. $560 in the pot.
235.
Betting half the pot. And instantly call.
Wow.
Vicky is not afraid.
No, she was setting up the check call the whole time.
Ace of clubs?
She wasn't going anywhere.
Almost called 60
By plus, no come.
Those kind of shits work in 5, 10, not in 1, 3.
9-7 off. I'm gonna call that turn.
Great call, and she gets rid of the nip button. I think she's the first
That
one.
kind of shit works in 5, 10 bigger stakes. You know?
Hey, look.
Did she remember to do it?
She showed her hand, so she would grab it.
All right.
Have a 9.
1-3 you get
No, I have a 9. Flush, I'm never folding. Flush.
Hey, you fold no count.
I know.
Max 15.
No,
No,
Oh, no, button shot, I'm sorry. Yeah, I keep forgetting. We'll use one. Under the gun only, guys. Omaha. Here we go.
Come on.
6 under the gun. That's 6 under the gun shot.
Almost called 60.
The button is back around to the Omaha.
I should have bet the flop.
Straddle is on, 136. Omaha high.
Bink river.
I don't know. He was gonna lead into you. How do you call it?
One too many.
3 calls 6.
Saw the card good. Saw the card good.
Ahmed getting in there with suited ace. Don't like to see 3 of the same suit in your hand if you
Oh,
can
I
avoid
forgot to
it,
show the
but
card.
not a terrible
Oh, I
hand.
showed. Oh, okay.
You did. You showed King 8.
Oh, I really
If
did.
you didn't show, you can't win. I don't think he shipped you the pot if you didn't show.
Hugh getting in there with
Oh, he took it back.
not a very strong hand as well.
8 raises 35.
I don't like that call. Just ace high. Bryce potting it. 9-10 queen 5. Probably the best hand so far. Vicky getting in there with the suited king.
Yeah, some of these hands like ace queen that look beautiful and Holdem are just garbage here if they don't have some connectivity with the suits or some Broadway draws.
Yeah, in this game you really want all 4 of your cards to be working together, or at least 3 of them.
And look at that flop ace queen.
Ahmed flopping the best of it here, top and bottom pair. Bryce is going to stick around, though. He does have a queen. He's got some backdoor draws. Picks up a second pair, but aces and Trey is still in the lead here for Ahmed.
I don't play this shit. I don't know what to do now.
Bryce is far behind here, but he is a very aggressive player, betting $200. For 190 was the pot. That's how much he bets. And that puts Ahmed in a really tough spot here. He is blocking Broadway, but two pairs, often not a good hand in Omaha. Average winning hand in Holdem is two pair, but the average winning hand in Omaha is a straight. And typically, if there's a straight or a flush possible, your opponent has it. So Ahmed gets out of the way here, and Bryce is going to take the pot down with an aggressive play.
Big blind Bryce's aggression again works perfectly. The board was a little bit scary, but that didn't stop him.
Hour 50 minutes, yeah.
What's the time, 10?
I don't know, yeah, 10. 10, 10. Let's come back tomorrow. Let's come back tomorrow and play.
Of course.
Are you coming back tomorrow?
For the PLO stream?
No, for tomorrow's PLO?
Yeah. If not PLO, then Holdem.
I think it's Holdem. They have a list for Holdem.
Yeah.
I heard it was PLO.
Oh,
really? Maybe not. I don't know.
We'll see.
It's not PLO.
It's not.
We are trying to put together a PLO stream, but I believe tomorrow is going to be 1-3 Holdem again. Hopefully by next week we will have a list together for PLO. If you guys are interested in playing in a PLO stream, let us know. Champions Club, pop on in, play some cards. Talk to Ed Batinga. He's putting together the list for the live streams.
Yeah, a regular PLO stream would be awesome. Especially if we get some deep stack, regular, aggressive PLO players. Be fun.
Queen of diamonds, Queen of hearts, I'll come you guys in the month. It's fine, it's fine.
CPT with Big Slick 3-betting this one. He was going to take a look at the flop with ace-6. And an 8 right in the window. Q checking it over. Both players check. Probably see a bet out of Hugh here on the turn. He does bet 100. CPT calling with nothing. Queen of clubs on the river, no help to either player. Hugh still in the lead here with 8,
Super.
and he's going to take it down.
6-8. Awesome.
Again.
Gets rid of the knit button.
You win with it.
Well done.
Can you move his chips off of the bar? Place it right there.
He's right there.
Oh, is that okay? Cool. No, that was nice. I saw this. Saw it.
No.
You didn't win.
Please, aces, okay? Please.
Why do you need aces?
Aces, kings.
Just play with 6-8. That's your favorite hand. That's your new favorite hand. 6-8 off.
Queens. Something I can just put it in there with.
Just put it in there. You want aces and put it in there, bro. What a nit.
Something I can put it in there.
I'll pray for you, bro.
Ron calling with ace-3. He win with ace-4, Toby with queen-2. Toby flopping top pair. Toby takes this one down. Gets rid of the net button. Some of the stacks now 3,000 big blinds deep, just your standard 1-3 game. Siva must have read Dan's book, 7-4, raising it up. Ahmed calls with King Jack, but Toby with a real hand, 3 bets with jacks. Ahmed out flopping Toby. Ahmed bets 75. Toby with the second king on the board thinks his jacks are still good.
Hmm? Oh, there you go.
$303 in the pot. Ahmed trying to figure out how much he can get here. Makes it 125. Queen might save Toby if he didn't believe the king. Nope. Throws in the call. Nice pot for Ahmed.
So that one's yours, yeah?
That was T3.
Oh, you already got rid of it.
So it's you again.
Nice pot and gives rid of the mute button.
Telling you, really appreciate that.
So it's you and C5 again. He's the one that won first hand. He didn't want to get the mute button back, bro.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Do you usually not want to show your hand?
shouldn't want to show that hand.
It's fair.
Big one.
Well, it's not 7 deuce because you would love to
I
show
thought
that.
you had queens on the
Maybe we should have a 7 deuce game.
Or
I've been playing with 7 deuce.
Yeah.
ace jack.
Not all the shit cards except 7 deuce.
Yeah, like 7 8s, 9s.
No, pocket jack.
Yeah, comes.
6 balls.
Jack comes, we could do some party.
Yeah, it'll be 30.
Bryce raising it up here with 7-3 of clubs. He does have the nit button. Makes it 25 to go. And Ron's going to get in there with Jack 10. And flopping a 10 is Ron.
Comes out betting.
Fires into it. Bryce calls.
A new twist in Ron's game.
Bets 25, and Bryce gets out of the way.
And there goes the nit button.
Well, get rid of your button. Your nit button.
I guess I will.
You almost forgot to show again. Bryce helping him out.
I couldn't stand to see it.
Twice.
In a row where it didn't do it.
That's what would happen to me if I played that nit game. I'm pretty sure, unless I had 7-4.
Oh, did he just forget the first time?
No, he didn't want to show it the first time.
We gotta let him do it.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
That's why I say he deserves.
Like, he didn't give it away the first time.
First time, I think he was just trying to save
Because he want to battle you at the end.
forgot to
I
show
mean,
it.
you hold on to it and you forget.
Yeah, I think
That's your fault, bro.
Is that 2? It's the top card. That's it. No, the top card is yours.
Well, what's the time again?
A what?
It's like 10:20.
Oh, you guys have watches.
10:25.
10:25.
Like another hour and 30 minutes.
Straddle is on. 1-3-6.
Yeah, I might leave before that, like 11:15.
Why not you stay at 12?
I cannot, man.
Oh. He's about to leave. Oh, he's gonna leave in 35.
Bryce limping in there with a mystery hand. CPT raising it up to 35 with 2 red jacks. Or the trash, as Uncle Ron would say.
35.
I'm sorry. 35 to go. 6 folds.
Action folds back around to Bryce.
Ooh, should have
Sorry,
folded the trash.
Folds around to Hugh. He calls with queens. And Bryce also gets in there with the mystery hand. King high flop here. Scary board for jacks or queens. Wow. Hugh bets $50. Or sorry, CPT bets $50. Hugh immediately folds those queens.
Shit.
We won't know what Bryce had, but
2 more.
CPT shows the jacks and gets rid of the nit button, and Hugh is not happy with that.
Let's call you Mo. I'll show you how it close it. Someone announced it to me. Is that like mini?
Oh, what does it mean?
Shadow 15.
Aromatic?
Charismatic.
What?
Charismatic.
Charismatic.
It's like a strong personality.
Oh, okay.
No, it just means like, it's not like strong. It just means what charisma, you know, charisma.
Yeah, charisma.
Personality.
Straddle is on. This time Bryce straddles it up to 15 from under the gun. 1-3-15. Siva with 10-8.
Shadow 15.
Raising it up.
Raise to
$60.
1-3-15-60.
Pardon me?
Sorry.
No, just the water. Room is good.
Yuvraj getting in there with Jack 10 will be heads up to
Yo,
the flop.
Chico. Yeah, can I take one? No.
And an 8 in the window. Siva betting out. 65 to call. Yuvraj making the call. Gut shot, 2 overcards. Queen of clubs. No help to Yuvraj, he checks. Siva betting. $190 is the bet. Yuvraj laying it down. He's just been running super bad. I don't think Yuvraj has won a pot since the first NIT game started.
Yeah, it's been a little while.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, not that.
I'll take one.
Siva raising it up here. $15 with King, Queen of Hearts. Toby with Ace High Hearts gets in there. Four players now to the flop. And 2 hearts on the flop.
Yeah, Siva thinks that's a good flop for him, but one of the kings is already gone, a queen is already gone, and his hearts are covered.
Bryce flopping the best of it. Pair of deuces betting $100. He's going to get some action on this flop, I believe. Although he did overbet the pot. Good laydown by Siva there.
Yeah, it turned out to be a great laydown. 2 overs and the flush draw. I'm surprised he dumped it right there.
Toby putting in the raise with the ace high flush draw, making it 300. Bryce making the call with deuces.
Heads up now.
Toby turning top pair. Bad news for Bryce. He was probably hoping to turn a diamond there.
When did you come out here? When did you come here?
Like 5:30.
We're
I ended up playing there for like 2 hours.
Oh,
Call.
Oh,
Was that a seat open?
Bryce moves all in. Instantly called by Toby.
Insta call. Toby wasn't going anywhere at any time ever.
Oh, top, and nut flush draw. You're definitely not going to get that hand to fold.
Slow rolling me?
You got it.
Okay.
Oh, don't believe what.
Nice little double up there for Toby.
King Queen of Hearts. Just didn't feel right.
Just check raise.
I was gonna check raise, but that's just under. If he has a bigger, maybe I was thinking maybe a set or like bigger flush. It's just so sick.
How much is it?
So sick. I was gonna do it, but not for like
Omaha. Just know at Omaha, I'm gonna put it button. It's Omaha. I'm just gonna move the button first.
Thank everybody once again who's sticking around watching the stream.
here,
Make
yeah?
sure you give us a like and
Me, it's next
subscribe.
hand. It's after this hand, it's gonna be you. It's gonna be Omaha this hand.
If you're seeing and want to play, be sure to come down to Champions Club and let us know. And if cash games aren't your thing, we also have tournaments 6 days a week. Running our Champions Club free rolls on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We have our evening tournaments on Saturdays and morning tournaments for the seniors on Monday. And Sundays we do our Survivor Sunday, where we guarantee $5,000 and we pay out $1,000 to each winner in the tournament. You just play down until you get to either the 5 winners for the 5K, or if there's more money in the prize pool, it could be more winners, but everybody gets 1,000. So that's kind of a fun tournament to play. Back to the PLO. Big blind Bryce is going to pop this one with a double suited hand. Not really in love with that holding, but Bryce has been doing really well just playing super aggressively on these Omaha hands. I like CPT's hand. 9-Jack, King, Queen. Very strong hand. The other hands are going to pop back up in a moment here, but I believe we have 5 players going to the flop.
7 players.
7 players, holy heck. Everybody going, looking at this one here.
First time from Price.
Bryce with
210 or 215, that is.
diamond draw, betting the pot. Unfortunately for him, Yuvraj has a bigger diamond draw out there. I don't know if he's going to find a call though with the 10 high diamond draw. Hugh with backdoor hearts. And Ahmed with gut shot to Broadway. Hugh top 2 pair and backdoor draw to the nut flush. Has the best of it right now, but Bryce's aggression has paid off in the past. Tough to call with top and bottom. You could be facing a set, you could be facing top 2 pair. And of course, diamond draws out there, straight draws out there.
Everything's good.
For this?
Oh,
no.
Yeah, when it's tight for you, huh?
Man, take this button, bro. Oh, man. What were you telling me earlier with King 6? Huh? What were you telling me?
That was top 2 is different.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, man.
That is a little different.
No, you're right. I mean, play your game. I'm just fucking around. I'm tilted.
Up and down versus top 2, a little bit different.
It is a lot different, buddy.
Down to just 2 nip buttons now, Bryce and Yuvraj.
Oh,
It's not okay.
Bryce has been running so
Has to have a
bad.
nit button.
Very surprised that Bryce has a
Damn,
nit button.
every
He's
round.
definitely not a nit. Very aggressive, very active player. Straddle is on.
Just open shove without looking.
Yeah.
See
I think everyone will fall there.
where we're at in the standings. Yuvraj just taking it.
Shadow?
I don't think he's been playing bad. He's just been running super bad. Raising it up is Yuvraj this time with pocket fours, trying to get rid of that nit button, trying to change his luck here and just drag a pot. But we can see that it's going to be bad news because Siva has the other 2 fours. Tough to set mine when all of your outs are in somebody else's hand. Top pair for Hugh. Checks around 2 of you, and he's going to bet $100. 60% of the pot. And Ron with middle pair going to make the call.
Second high pair, good enough for Ron.
The frustration. Yuvraj here is just not connecting. Check, check, and look at Ron.
He knew.
Catching a free 7 on the river. Triple sevens. Stacking out some betting chips here. Looks like 175 or 150. 150 is the bet. Can find a call here, he's going to be upset that he gave Ron a free card. Or maybe he'll be happy he didn't bet because Ron probably wasn't going anywhere. Good fold there by Hugh.
Good fold. Yeah, I don't know if Hughes watched Ron play or played with him out on the floor here, but pretty much once Ron starts betting, you know you're in trouble.
That's a little bit of Nito. It's like
That's definitely true.
You're still card dead.
You better all in.
Yeah, definitely. For sure.
You need to pay.
Yeah. How much is it? You handle it? What is it? 15? 20?
25.
25?
50? Made it 25.
Yeah.
Bet 125. So the hand.
25 would be $800.
I told you, the only thing, you can only win if you open shove. That's it, without looking. Maybe. Maybe you have a chance.
You tickling me this game. Don't lose the phone.
He has more chance of winning after looking and then shoving it. People think he has a raise.
See?
6 raises 20.
Yuvraj with another pocket pair, raising it up. Pocket nines this
Who's
time.
got the other nit button? Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Quick calls by Hugh and Bryce with suited cards.
Right now.
Right now.
And where Texas heads up again, 5 players to the flop. Both of the remaining nit buttons in the hand.
1 check. 2 checks.
And surprisingly, with 2 overcards, Yuvraj's nines are still good.
Don't think about 125.
5.
Can't feel good though with 4 other people in the pot and 2 overcards flopping.
45.
No. Especially when you've been running the way he's been running. But he gets rid of one of the overcards.
8 calls.
Bryce going nowhere. Jack high. Backdoor clubs. Got a call there.
Only if you're up to some funny business.
He makes the call with ace high. 3 players to the flop. I think he's checking in the dark.
3 players now.
Broadway card comes off. Another overcard.
Bryce improves.
Bryce does improve to an open ender. But nine's still in the lead for you, Raj. %81 equity, so basically drawing dead. That's 150.
I don't know how we found a bet there, but that's a perfect one.
Bryce going nowhere, of course, with this open ender. Vicky gets out of the way, and it's heads up to the river.
Does he also have an infinite?
Yuvraj does not want to make a set. And miraculously, nines are going to hold up. Unless Bryce manages to bet him off the hand. 560 in the pot.
Well, when you got no other way to win.
Knit button versus knit button. One of these guys is losing 120 either way.
Oof.
And it's going to be Bryce. Finally broke the seal.
Out of half our hands.
Hopefully he'll turn things around for him.
Bottom gagging.
Oh, you did?
Congrats.
I'll take care of it.
Broke the curse.
Just get some change if you want.
Yeah. And you just ship the pot, and then you guys all have
You did?
pass it around. 15 each. Or is it 15 each?
Here,
15 each, 15 each.
Give me the 3.
Yeah, everybody just take 15 as it goes.
You take 15.
Just you.
Thank you.
Well, I guess the last time Big Blind Bryce fired, got snap called, lost a lot of money. Didn't want to see that happen
Are
again.
you guys going again?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got more
like
than
it.
an hour.
Oh, it was in a tough
I like
spot
it
there,
now.
too.
Have like an hour and 20 minutes. So it's my spot.
The other player having the knit button,
Again.
he really would have had to bet a pot size bet or so, and he,
Maybe
you know,
that make me love
just
it.
felt like
Never
he was in a
will.
bad
Today
spot to
I'm
make
okay,
him bluff
that means
after just calling the whole way.
If he bet, I think I'll just tilt call.
I don't think so.
Oh, there's your answer.
I don't think you can call. I'm down like 4K, dude. I just tilt call.
I don't think so. You can call there.
I don't know if I believe him.
100%.
Well,
No,
he is
I think
stuck
I call.
about 3,600 in a 1-3 game, so he may have just called off that last 500 or whatever it was.
You just keep telling me
Your
that.
standard 1-3.
Appreciate it.
Love the action, though.
I called too much, bro. I called too much in PLO.
Knit game back on, all 9 players back in it.
I mean, most
I
of the
think
time
after I gave it to him, I just mentally lost.
Well, I like this knit game. I like that they keep it on. It does create some action.
Yeah, it's definitely good for the game, and it makes it more
We have
interesting
fun.
from a viewer's perspective as well.
I'm down.
4-bet 75.
Just changing up the dynamic of
You down about
well,
3.
not only are you playing poker, but you're also
Yeah, if everyone wants to
you've
know.
got this other element that you have to think about. Is this guy bluffing because he's got a knit button, or does he really have it? It's makes things a lot more interesting.
And apart from the money, apparently people, there's ego involved too. You don't want to be called a knit.
One K chip, the purple chip.
It's 500.
Ahmed.
Toby with the nut flush draw. You and CPT both with 8s, and Ron with a 9. Everybody's got a little something here.
Who would beat you if you
Two pair now for Hugh, yes.
2 pair.
8.
2 pair, 2 pair, 2 pair, 2 pair.
Whoever gets rid of this first.
Bro, how is that's that hand every time, bro? I had you dominated.
I know, but the thing is, same suit. Every time I have a nip button,
it's his favorite hand.
Oh, that's your favorite hand?
It's not my favorite.
No, bro,
But I keep playing with that.
You've won that with that hand every
That's what he
time.
told me, bro.
What the fuck?
9-10 suited is my favorite hand.
Bro,
Yeah, it's like
every net game
hand.
he's won with 8-6.
Isn't that sick, bro? That's why. That's the only time. That's why I play it.
Oh my gosh. So sick.
I'm such a donkey, bro. I want it every time too. It's so sick. Same suit, 6A, 6 of heart, A's of diamond. So sick.
Like whatever I bet, you all gonna call. Like,
I'm gonna call anyway. Yeah.
No matter what.
I'm never folding. On the river, but on the turn, if you bet, yeah, I'm folding.
Yeah. I had ace of heart though. If it can.
You would have bet the turn and then bet the river, maybe.
No, I pot control on the turn.
Yep. You want a free card?
Yeah, you guys not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Just leave it there, leave it there.
Man.
6 raises to 15.
Like 6-8
Duvraj,
offsuit for
pocket
him.
tens, raising it up to 15.
The 6 offsuit for him is like aces. It's just like
Nice. Huge 3-bet with
Wait,
ace queen,
what's the
making it
fuck
300 to go.
Wow.
Sorry, the 3-bet was with you on a7. Bryce 4-betting to 300.
What's up? Oh, my bad.
Just 100 big blinds pre-flop, no big deal.
Well, we do have people sitting there with 1,000 big blinds.
Very true. Stack sizes have increased. Hugh with almost 4,000 behind. Duvraj trying to crawl his way back up to even, currently at about 1,500 in chips. And he currently has the best hand, 2 red 10s. Bryce with only 600 behind, and Duvraj eyeing that stack, seeing this is a good time to just ship it all in.
Or I'm sorry, I'm asking you. Whatever you want.
Oh, what are we doing, guys?
2 boards.
2 full boards. Okay.
We run it twice. Duvraj currently in the lead with 10s.
You got like 9.
A couple of the aces out of play, so 57%.
wow.
First board
If
goes
that's
to
a
you,
chop,
Raj.
what happens to the Nick game?
It's not a chop.
Oh,
The
no,
first
no
board,
chop there, then.
he wins the Nick game.
No more knife?
Ace.
Chop it up.
Gentlemen, we're chopping. Hold your bets
Wow.
back.
I'm sorry.
Take his $50, bro.
Man, no more knife, man.
I could bet you with trash hand, bro.
I know, man.
Duvraj does get rid of the nip button, so that's like winning $120.
So he's gonna get it.
Natural board, you can.
I'm sure he's happy to. There we go. Offload that net button.
Good job, buddy.
Thanks, man.
That's something.
Get ace queen I-10.
Celebrating.
We went twice. Stop.
He get rid of his button, guys.
Oh, no, I don't think you can get rid of button like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do the
pairs?
first board.
Really?
Yeah, you do the first board.
Natural board.
2 people?
Gotcha. Double elimination. Huh?
If you guys chop the original
What?
board.
Double elimination.
No, chop. No.
Interesting.
Right.
What? Double
I don't
elimination.
know. I don't get it.
Just one guy gets
Just one person.
Yeah, just one.
That's correct.
Oh, one of them.
Honestly, I didn't think you were that
Okay, okay. I thought both of them.
No, no. Whoever's
Gotcha.
the top. Whoever's the
It's on
top.
you, buddy.
Fold. 7 raises.
Why don't you chop on the top?
No,
Yeah, then you can't.
they didn't chop.
Chop, right.
8 calls.
Hugh raising this one up with ace-8 of clubs. Bryce calling with
I didn't
ace-8
either.
off.
I was blind halfway.
Did you raise 300
He's going
blind?
to put on the
I
3-bet.
only saw one card.
Oh, okay. Nice. I like it.
Which one do you see? Queen?
Makes it 60 to go.
Ace, okay. Nice. It makes it easier. It makes it easier.
And Siva with a matching hand to that one.
Two calls.
makes the call. Toby speculating. Queen 4. Sorry, he folded that one. The graphics were off for a second there. Ahmed called 10-9 of hearts. 5 ways to the flop. And wow.
Always like
CPT with the nut
Always
flush
like
draw. Aces for Hugh and Bryce. And Ahmed flops a 10 and a flush draw.
Four of the 5 of them. Gotta like that flop in some way.
Ahmed looks like he's stacking out a raise here. Can't blame him. A pair and a flush draw feels like a big hand. Makes it 3:30 to go. Gets both of the aces to lay down.
Yeah, that'll work with the weak aces, but I don't think CPT is going anywhere.
Gut shot to Broadway and nut flush draw. Pretty tough to lay that one down. Playing very deep here.
How many already? 4? Nothing?
What? She's only drinking tea.
I see.
Makes the call. Heads up to the turn.
Heads up, guys.
You want some candy?
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Oh, and that's going to be disaster for Ahmed. Imagine all the chips are going in here.
Nice check by CPT.
Oof. Wow, an even nicer check back. So much for my predictions again. 964 in the pot. CPT has $985. Looking to try to get all those chips in there. But with a check back on the turn, he's probably going to bet small for value here.
88, 72. 52.
No.
All in.
Oof.
How much is on?
What, 9? 940.
With the nit game on, kind of like the all in here.
950.
Basically a pot-sized bet.
950 exact.
958?
950 exact.
Yeah, I was leaning your direction. I thought maybe a small bet there with that check back on the turn. But this might work out perfectly. Looks like maybe you're bluffing at it. And Ahmed's got a fairly strong hand here.
Really hard to lay down a flush, especially with the nit game on.
Yeah, it's one thing in PLO to give your opponent credit for that big flush, but not necessarily in Holdem.
Raj in the chat saying that that check on the turn was a trap, and I think he might be right. Ahmed was probably checking the turn thinking he's definitely going to bet the river if I check here. And now that he's bet all of his chips, it's really putting him to the test.
He could be dead on with that.
Waiting.
And if that's the case, then you definitely got a call.
And so he does. Gets the bad news. A full double up now for CPT.
How much is it?
950.
That's going to be almost all of Ahmed's chips.
I would have pushed Jack butter.
You said you would have pushed flop? Yeah.
I would have guessed King 10 of hearts.
Oh, did you call? You called?
No.
King Queen of hearts.
Called flop. Check, check, jam.
That's what I put him on. King, queen of
Who
hearts.
no push? Oh, check on the turn.
Check, on the, check, check, turn.
When he raised, if I had his style first.
Sure.
Pretty good.
How's that?
I think there could have been a couple different lines there, but I think the end result may have been the
I was
same.
for sure thinking about
Yeah,
it. I had a lot of equity though.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's why I say push it. Like,
In a
you can pull
Holdem
out
situation,
his ace, 4.
it's just hard to put your opponent on those monsters a lot
Even
of times.
his
So
two pairs, like, in tough spot.
Yeah.
I think you're absolutely right. All those chips are probably going in. On
I
that,
think you
no
can play
matter
that
what.
both ways.
Yeah. But I feel like you out position.
I knew he had queen of hearts.
Oh, is this is my nib button. Right? No, just kidding. I don't have it.
You don't have a nib button.
Isn't that crazy?
You gave it back the second hand.
You want to tell you?
No. I was just making a joke.
Good hand, bro.
Thank you.
Flop top pair.
Wow.
So
Nice
sick.
hand,
I knew he
nice
had
hand.
king, queen of
Thank
hearts
you.
too. Fuck. I knew that.
Bottom
I
set.
haven't seen him bluff all day.
I think he
I know
bluffed.
he cannot bluff there.
Too.
6 to go.
Flop bottom set.
No, I had a flush too.
8 raises.
I believe it.
What the heck?
Yeah. I'm surprised.
That's so sick.
Price
Because I'm the one who's
putting on a big raise, making it 70 to go with king high,
Yeah, one more.
king 7 offsuit,
1 fold, 2 folds.
getting bigger kings to fold. But Ahmed
3 calls.
going to speculate here with 7-5 of hearts.
6 folds, 7 folds. Heads up.
So sick. He took back the turn too.
Guy's got more heart than I do. I don't think after losing a big pot with a small flush, get right back in there with little suited connector, or disconnector rather. But that's why he's there and I'm here. He flops the best of it.
It's supposed to be one big long game, right?
That's right.
Fair safe.
Bryce showing the bluff, getting rid of his knit button.
Yeah, correct.
70. Big.
That's actually pretty sick open, yeah. That's pretty sick.
I don't think Bryce will lose this Nick game very often.
That's right.
Head table on here. Head table on here.
I'm not even sure it's changing his play.
No, probably
Give it back
not.
to him. He's good for it.
I love it. I love it.
I think you can do it, yeah.
I love it. Thanks.
What a nit.
Get it away from me. Get it away from me. I can't. I always fold my cards.
Raising it up again. Got rid of his knit button already and making it 25 with 6-5 offsuit.
9 raises, 75.
CPT waking up with 2 red 10s. 3-betting to 75, and Vicky gets in there with queen jack.
7 folds. 8 calls.
3 players to the flop. CPT in the lead with 10s.
So close. So close.
And flopping a set is CPT. Wow. Vicky with an open ender and a pair.
8 sets.
That's 150 into the $230 pot. Insta call from Vicky.
Heads up.
And it'll be heads up to the turn. 6 of clubs, no help to Vicky. Set of 10s, still in the lead for CPT, and he will be first to act. 425. 3/4 of the pot ish. Big bet. Tough call for Vicky in that spot, because then if she makes her straight, she's probably not going to get paid off on the river. So your implied odds are not that great unless you jam now and get a call.
Yeah, and she's in a spot that even if she hits her straight or 2-pair, her opponent may end up hitting a flush, and then she's still no good.
That is also a concern with the double suited board, but she does make the call. And a full house for CPT on the river. Vicky probably dodging a bullet there. Luckily, it didn't come a queen. Interesting check from CPT.
Wow. No good.
Trying to entice a bet.
Wow.
I need 9 and 8.
Jeez. Are you gonna blast off?
Dude always got like a boat or quads or straight flush or full flush.
There's any dealer coming in, but
Fuck.
Only the nuts for CPT. And yes,
That
always has it, bro. Boat or better.
That was an interesting check on the end, but maybe he has played with Vicky before.
Huh?
Yeah, well, that's what he said. He's like, I thought you.
I mean, you don't call it. You don't call it that.
Number 9 and raise it.
Yeah.
Or queen.
Drawing dead on the turn.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe
bluff.
I'll check turn.
Big stacks there for a 1-3 game.
Queen king. I know we have something. Smaller than 2 pairs.
Wait, river was a king, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have only queen. I
Feel back
did
to
the
back.
number 9 and ace it for 3.
Feel up.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Back to back.
CPT, the big winner right now.
You can't. You don't call bet on the river, right?
$2,600
I
in
can't
a
hold.
3 game. That
On the river?
All right.
nice feeling.
Really?
I did number 9 and ace
Ron's in the green.
queen.
No, I'm saying if I jam on the river, you call.
Just tilted.
Round 11 now.
Yeah.
Bump pop.
No, I'm saying on the river.
Time.
Maybe I'm call. Yeah, how much?
Really?
Dealer change.
On the river, she not calling.
No, that's what I'm
Matt
saying.
getting back in the box. One of our all-star
He
dealers.
said on the river.
Fresh
When the
back
boy
from the
comes.
Vegas trip.
You call
On
river?
the river?
She has top pair. Queen.
She didn't have top
No,
pair.
it was
Queen.
second
Queen
pair.
and queen jack.
She had 2 pairs with the
Back
jack
to
kicker.
champions.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the best.
I need number 9 and
I
ace
mean,
it.
And I'm talking about
Or
on the
number
river.
9
A
for
lot of
ace it.
quality dealers here at
Yeah,
Champions.
never mind.
Two
No,
queen,
I
10
think
out.
she's thinking.
She's thinking the turn.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Only one way to find out.
Back to back
I'm trying, bro.
Omaha here. This will be a double board bomb pot, and then we'll go
Good.
to the regular Omaha high
Give me
hand
pocket
right
jacks
after
again.
that.
Just pop jack jack. Check.
7 checks, 8 checks, 9 checks.
Check.
Check
Boards
it.
are not very coordinated here. It's going to be tough to scoop on this one as it sits. Now we got clubs on both boards. That could be good. Ace, queen, the nuts on the bottom now.
8 checks.
Nobody has ace queen.
Check it.
No, and I don't see queen high clubs
4 checks, 5 checks.
is the best clubs out there. Queen nine's
Check.
also a straight for Siva
Six
on the
check,
bottom
bro.
board. So
Check, check, bro.
pretty strong hand.
Still checking.
7 checks.
Oh, he's got queen 8, not queen 9. So yeah, boy, nobody has much. Probably won't see a lot of action here.
8 bet, 65. 1 calls. 2 folds, 3 folds.
Vicky calling with a set on one board and a pair of 10s on the other.
4 folds.
Bryce betting with aces and 9s on the top board. Unfortunately, that's the board Vicky has the set on. Ron's going to make a call here. Ace is up on the top board. Everybody playing the top board here.
Everybody playing one hat.
Vicky's got the set. I don't even know who won on the bottom board. It might just be the pair of deuces.
No, sorry.
She scooped.
She scoops
No
with deuces.
way.
What do you have on this? A 10?
Everybody missed that bottom
What do you
board.
have on this? Oh, set. And then that board?
10.
A 10. Fuck. Fucking call. Look at that 2 pair.
Wow.
Yeah, I had 2 pair too.
Okay, Kilo
I Jack
forever.
5.
2 pair is never good.
I got Jack 5, 10.
You had Jack 5 too?
Jack 5, 10.
10 as well?
Oh, that's crazy.
King 10.
Pair of deuces on top, pair of tens on bottom.
Queen
Yeah.
7.
On the flop.
It's funny how it works out
Top two
sometimes.
left
Everybody
side.
going for one board there.
You still have the button?
No.
Oh,
And you end up scooping with one pair on the bottom board. Very rare, but it can happen.
Oh, I saw.
Do you have green tea? Can I have a green tea with honey?
Hey, I saw my card. I saw
Thank you.
4 cards.
Yeah, you get to get rid of it twice.
Why?
It doesn't
Well, he
count
don't
for
take
PLO.
it.
Nice try, Vicky.
And this will be our regular Omaha High hand. Straddle is on, 136.
Again?
Yeah, PLO. 1 board.
Can be pair 10.
This is my favorite game to play at Champions Club, the 1-3 with one hand of Omaha. And then the bomb pots on the push. A lot of fun.
Yeah, if you're going to play in Texas, you better learn to play a little bit of PLO, and especially be ready for the double board bomb pots.
Vicky doing a heat check here with a terrible Omaha hand.
Wow.
Ahmed double suited, ace king 10 tray. I really like that hand. Just calls. Gonna let Bryce pot it, because we all know Bryce is gonna pot it. With 3-3-5-7, 3 diamonds in the hand. Another very speculative holding.
Yeah, that's...
I'd like to see Ahmed repot it right here, but he's not gonna do that. Yuvraj, not a terrible hand. You got a suited ace and 9-10 working together. Ace tray working together. You'd like to see all 4 cards working in tandem, not 2 good Hold'em hands.
Yeah, the people that don't play PLO, they can look at their cards and think, you know, ace king is pretty great, ace queen is pretty great. Your small pairs, but the small pairs just get you in trouble here.
Yeah.
And if your cards aren't in some way working with your other cards to create straights and flushes, hopefully nut flushes situations, then you're just going to find yourself in trouble quite often.
Well, not much happening on this one. Bryce flop 2 pair, checks around twice, and now he's going to bet it, but it's too late now. Now Ahmed has top 2 pair. He's going to call, and Yuvraj also has top 2 pair. He's in a tough spot here with a bet and a call. He's probably going to fold, even though he would chop it. But on that board, tough to call with top pairs. Well, looks like he's going to make the call.
I think I'm
6 calls.
Wow.
Good call. He was priced in, and now he gets to chop it up.
Same 2 pair.
Yeah, you don't normally want to be calling for a maybe possibly chop, but...
Yeah, that was a very speculative call.
Yeah. What I did?
Blocker.
What I did on the flop, man.
Check.
Yeah, I know.
He was supposed to be potting it on the flop, probably, with that hitting that
Yeah, I think a flop bet folds us for sure.
Tough to switch gears from a very intense and very action-packed Hold'em game to Omaha.
Dangerous game.
Tough
The
switch
variance
gears.
is just
sick. No, the Hold'em variance is enough for me.
Yeah.
I saw a guy that run from like 300 to like almost 2-3K and lose it in one
in one hand.
type shit.
You were there too?
No, but I've seen stuff like that all the time.
Yeah, let's do it.
That's why the
do
one
it.
hand PLO is dangerous.
Do it, okay?
What, you're gonna double me up? So how many straddles you can do? Like
I don't know.
Straddle
You
is
can do
odds.
unlimited straddles.
So he do 30, he do 60, he do 120, you do 240, I can do 480.
So you can only double it. You can only double it, huh?
Yeah.
You can up to 5x it.
You can
But it's every
straddle up to
successive.
5.
I don't know that.
Yeah.
It might just be double after you 5x it. It might be 5x it.
I think we should agree to just, if we're gonna do re-raises or re-straddles, we should just do it 2x.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the initial one can be up to 15.
Yep.
5x. Oh, you mean $15?
Yeah, like 3 to 5, like 3 to 15.
Thank you.
All mystery hands so far.
8 bets, 75.
There's the queen 10.
I'm thinking maybe that's a 3-5. It's the price firing out there, $75. I'm joking, of course, but it could be anything.
5 folds.
Gets it down to heads up, whatever it is.
8 checks.
How much are you playing?
600.
500.
CPT betting 135 on the turn.
Call.
Rice jamming all in with queen high, gets the instant
There's
call.
the queen 10.
It's always have it.
Wow.
Bro, it's
CPT
in the
again
pot,
with
he
the
has
nuts
it.
and somebody jamming into him.
That's not it.
The thing is, the money is going in a black hole. It's a black hole. It's never coming back from there.
It's an easy game.
Oh, you
Just have the nuts and have your opponents jam into you.
that way.
It's my favorite way to play.
Thank you.
Running good.
Still had to avoid some outs though. Bryce did pick up the flush draw.
Yeah.
This is a firm table.
It is,
It's like really hard.
I think it costs a lot too. With RFID and everything.
Yeah, yeah. Because usually you're used to felt being kind of plushy.
One's away from the table.
I like this stuff.
You learned something new, bro.
Makes sense.
Straddle.
Well, I gotta say this has been one of the most entertaining streams as far as the action goes.
Come on, Howard, double me up one time. You can do
Yeah,
it.
we still haven't got a Who Let the Dogs Out by Vicky yet, but
5 calls.
Maybe she doesn't know we're waiting for that.
Not this hand, huh?
9 folds. 1 fold.
Check it.
Option checks. 3 players. Two checks. 4 bets, 15. 5 folds. 2 folds. How much better do you want to play?
1,000.
CDH is buying for 1,000. Yeah, I could hit a 10.
Hmm?
Drop.
You hit a 10, you chop.
Oh, did you show? King?
Price coming back in for another 1,000.
Got rid of the nip button for cheap.
1, 2. Oh shit. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Shit, just realized.
For 1,000.
Oh man, just missed my chance.
No strategy. 3 folds. 4 calls.
Toby sneaking in there with
Oh,
an ace
sure.
jack with no raise.
5 calls, 6
Let
folds.
Ron get in there cheap.
7 raises to 20. 75. 8 raises to 75. 9 folds.
Bryce three betting to 75 with 6-4 off.
2 folds.
Try this new stack out.
Well, with his style, he can run 1,000 up to 4,000 or 5,000 real quick. So.
Yeah, he's definitely not afraid to get some chips involved.
Can you bring 1 chip in black? 1 black chip?
Yeah, 1 black.
1 black chip.
3 players.
And look at this, flopping trips is Bryce.
7 checks.
It's an easy game.
Both other players flopping in jack. And that's how you turn 1,000 into 3,000.
4 calls.
Bets 100, gets calls from both players.
7 calls. Back.
Third heart comes out now on the turn, giving you a draw to
8 moves all in.
flush.
Should be 825.
Bryce moving all in, try to get that draw out of there.
What's the bet?
825.
That's what he have left. Right?
That was
Yeah,
100.
it's left.
Sorry, what was 100?
I just left it out there
Oh,
to show
what he owes?
What he owes. So he does owe the bottom.
9, yeah, total 925.
Yeah.
There you go.
Appreciate it.
Let go of it.
Oh, it is 820. Well, it's 25
Yeah, it's 5.
Really tough spot here for you. Flopping top pair, got the flush draw, and Bryce could literally have anything.
It's a pretty looking hand, but unless you put your opponent on a complete bluff, it's going to be very tough to call. King's got you crushed. Flush has you crushed. 4 has you crushed.
Bryce raised pre-flop, bet the flop, bet the turn. Probably not putting him on a king.
I love your watch.
Could have anything.
Yeah, I rarely see ladies wear the sea dwellers. They're really too big for ladies. But it works perfect for you. I like a leather strap too.
This is exactly why Bryce can run up a big stack really quick, because you just can't put him on a hand sometimes.
Makes the call.
It's a nice piece.
He like
And Bryce gets a double up right out of the gate.
Definitely can't put you on 4-6 off suit on that one.
Gets paid.
Hey, my
I
friend.
know.
Gets paid.
I thought of ace.
Yeehaw!
Nice hand.
Yeehaw!
Probably hit Jack King or something.
Hey,
That's how you win big pots.
Small hat. You go.
King Jack has to call, right? What was it? It
Sorry,
was
my friend.
4-4 Jack King.
I think you have bluff, man.
Garbage.
No, garbage.
Irrelevant.
King Jack has to call. I think King Jack.
You just kill me.
Ace King maybe.
Just small hat.
I folded Ace Jack off.
Pocket
So I know
four.
he probably doesn't have Ace Jack, but he probably had Ace Jack King or something.
Ace Jack would be kind of loose. Or fold.
5 calls. Okay. 6 raised to 20, 7 raised to 60. Can you scan your cards? Oh, okay, yep.
Yuvraj raising this one up with Queen 9, making it 20, and Hugh re-raising 60 to go now with Jack 8 of hearts. CPT waking up with 10s again. 10s have been good to him this evening.
2 folds, 3 folds. 5 folds.
Just calls this time, and Vicky gets in there also with ace 8.
275 is 4-6 off, and then hits it on the flop.
Doubles up, baby.
That's the way to do it.
4 players to the flop here. CPT ahead with 10s. Yuvraj is going to check it dark. Queen 9 of hearts. And that's a pretty good flop for Queen 9 of hearts.
CPT with the set.
CPT with set of 10s again, and somebody betting into him with a pair of 8s. 125 to call. Very connected board though.
9 raises to 325.
He puts in the raise though to 325, putting the pressure on. Vicky also catching a piece of it. 8s with an ace kicker. She also has the ace of spades, 2 spades on the board. It was Vicky that ran into the set of 10s last time. The CPT had it.
The bet and a raise in front of you. That ace-8's not looking so good right here. She does not like folding.
So you keep saying, but she's been relatively quiet this evening. She came right out of the gate, played almost every hand for the first orbit, and then kind of slowed things down a bit.
Yeah, people have a way of proving me wrong.
Folds back around to Hugh here. Probably not loving his position now, but he does have some backdoor outs. He does have a pair. Peel off another card here. That's a great card for him. Catches it right in the guts, makes it straight. CPT with top set still. But he's almost certainly going to know he's behind.
That's 500.
500 into a almost $900 pot. Just enough to be giving CPT the wrong price here to draw. Very intense stare there from CPT before he makes that call.
So much for the wrong price.
Well, we'll see. And then spades get there on the river. All draws get there. Unfortunate result for CPT.
Well, the flush completing has got to be one of the things that he was worried about.
525.
It's a good thing you didn't check there.
That's an amazing price.
Giving him a really good price now. Has to pay him.
Yeah.
100. Oh.
That's 525.
Wow.
Hey, I scoop.
Instead of
Yeah,
tens,
Queen Jack.
No.
Ace
and Vicky would have made.
I folded Queen 9. Queen 9 of hearts.
No, I don't have no big. I have one pair ace.
And Jack 8 of hearts.
I saw your ace on screen.
Yeah, only ace. Hit, I bet, I lose all my money.
I had a backdoor. I had a pair and a backdoor.
Yeah, yeah.
He blocked the top set.
Yeah, I know. He has to.
That's a pretty good bet amount in the river too.
Should be really low.
Go ahead.
On the river?
No, on the clock.
Good bet amounts
I have only
on
one.
the turn and the river, I would
I had
say.
a pair and a flush draw on that.
Shots, I don't think
Yeah,
I can
yeah,
call.
the flush draw.
I figured my jab wasn't good and my
Bad.
flush
Nice
draw
and
was
out.
good. Thank you.
Ron with big slick under the gun.
Secure value though.
Still got the nit button.
Secure value.
He's calling 3.
30.
So you're gonna fall for a jam, right?
Maybe he's looking for one of those limp re-raises, but this is going to be a bad timing for him if he is.
Oh, no.
You're saying if I jam,
Wow.
you fold?
Oh, yeah.
Very surprised to see Bryce just call a 10 there.
I was going for value on that.
You obviously,
Yeah.
The pot is
with a
like
big old
almost
hand.
2,000. I'm betting 500.
I know. I don't know how I
Getting a
fold. I mean,
re-raise
Kind of
here.
block bet. It seems like a
4
block
bet
bet.
from
It's not
Ahmed.
blocked.
It was the
Wow,
same-
look at
it was the
everybody's
same
got
size as
monster
the
hand.
What the heck is going on?
Ron
How
calling.
much you playing, sir?
Like about 850.
7 raises to 425.
You putting in the 5 bet, making it 425. 4 bet.
Doesn't do it.
I have to bottom pair. This is a thicker, I can talk.
Bryce with 10s.
I on the flop, you know.
Stuck between razor and a re-raiser.
Top set. I'm dead.
Nice fold.
Really nice fold. Ahmed getting repopped. You got Ron in between you and the guy that's re-raising you. That's scary too. That's more scary to me.
The only thing is, Ron only so far is limped, so there's no indication that he has a hand yet.
Except for the part when he limped. And then he called a raise.
Oh, I didn't see Ron call yet. Sorry.
130 pre-flop already.
Oh, I missed that. Sorry.
Yeah. What a great fold there. Put that trash right in the muck. Ron's got the nit button and big slick. He's not going anywhere. $1,000 in the pot. Ron only has $640 behind. I imagine everything's going in on the flop.
Okay, there's life.
Backdoor club outs. Gut shot straight draw.
2 of the jacks are already out of play.
1700.
Call all in.
5 calls all in.
Ron all in.
Ace king, huh?
Looking for some help here.
8 king. 8 king.
I was gonna
What
call,
a great
but,
spot for Hugh. Wakes up
Yeah,
with aces when everybody's got a monster.
Jacks.
He decided I set a queen.
Plenty of money in the pot. Pre-flop already. Oh my God! The jack of clubs comes off Broadway for Ron and
They're waiting on that.
royal flush draw.
Ace king, ace something.
Whoa.
What a hand for Ron.
Oh my gosh, straight.
Wow.
What a turn.
Wow, he had ace.
Just deflated
Yeehaw.
there.
That's sick.
Wow.
He just left a little bit too.
Pocket aces.
Way to go, Ron.
High jacks.
That's fucking sick,
Straight.
man. Because I mean, they probably go twice to get it in three.
No shit.
Wow.
Wow.
Jacks, 2 jacks in the muck, 2
What a
tens in the
spot.
muck, and he makes Broadway.
Why you
Easy
don't
game.
put
Easy game.
the head on the chip? On the chip.
Beautiful
Should
hand
have. I
for
should have
Ron.
did that. Made the call.
Hey, my friend.
Nice one.
Yeehaw.
Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Gotta feel bad for you there, though. It's bad enough when your aces get snapped, but it's really bad when it's
Mike.
everything
Bonus.
seemed to go perfectly.
It hurts. It hurts to have it, right?
Got your opponent completely
Sorry,
down.
my
Players?
friend.
Three players?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
do.
he's-
Fucking this.
I'm getting.
We got about 30 minutes left.
And pocket
I'm
aces.
looking forward
You need to
$15.
all in on the
2 outs on the flop, I guess.
I bet my,
Yeah,
I bet
yeah.
my
Yeah,
fold
on
was
the
good
flop,
though,
all in on the
on the stream. He had pocket aces. I had tens. I wanted to call so bad.
Hey.
Yeah, 10s this hand?
Yeah,
Yeah.
pocket tens that time. Yeah, but
Yeah, I was really surprised that Bryce
Which,
folded
I guess
the
it
way
would've
he's
been
been
solid.
playing, but he just got those chips. He's probably
can't
like,
believe it.
raise and
Yeah,
re-raise.
it's
Get out of the way.
7 raises to 15.
Yuvraj raising, or sorry, Hugh is the raiser here, 6-4.
Hey.
just telling
Off.
Yeah.
Steaming a little bit, I think.
Steam raise looks like.
I will take that head home. I rump it.
Uh-huh.
You told me if I scoop you, right?
Yeah.
I take that.
No, it's that.
Right?
He's the one that sat me.
I'm
But
here.
we didn't make a
You
deal
told
with
me
that.
if I win all your chips,
Putting in
I
the
take
3
that
bet here
head
with
home,
7,
right?
making 75.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yuvraj with 8s, making the call. And Hugh and Bryce getting in there. Vicky as well, suited cards. Texas heads up.
I think I had a call from that table too.
75 pre-flop, 5
I like
players.
small head.
Very coordinated flop here. Vicky flopping open-ended. Yuvraj also flopping open-ended, but the other end.
Eight bets, 100. 1 call.
And it's Bryce.
Don't even see
Betting
Bryce's
out.
cards.
Remember what he had? He had ace, deuce of clubs.
I want his head.
Of course he's gonna bet.
Backdoor nut flush draw. Why wouldn't you?
2 folds. Calls, 7 folds. 3 players.
3 players now to the turn. Straight draws. And Bryce. 8's still in the lead for Yuvraj. But Bryce with the aggression.
Oh, sorry about that.
8
Checks it now. And this time Vicky's going to fire.
One
With a
bet.
straight draw. $250. Less than half the pot there.
I want
Tough
small head.
spot for
Yeah.
Yuvraj. He does have the best hand, but 3 overcards, board pair.
Yeah.
And you're drawing to the low end of the straight.
On the very top.
Yeah. I can see.
Gets out of the way.
That's the right fold. No way he could know he was good.
Why you do that?
Sorry, just
Oh, and
I
she's
was
going to get the
hoping.
show to get rid of the knit button.
Ooh, why you do that?
High.
button.
See, I told you, yeah, I want the head.
Betty was
When you're
scary.
streaming, if you want to move the table out for one of our cash games, we're happy to have you out there. And we do have a high hand
Huh?
at 15 minutes starting at midnight.
Oh, yeah. I just want the head, small head.
Yeah.
How long was that?
Dang, might have got it on that one.
Yeah, about 30 more minutes.
Can we lay on
About
it?
30.
Straddle down.
Yeah. About 30.
Why is that?
This is PLO.
Just me?
Yeah.
You can divide too if you want.
Next hand?
What's that?
Okay.
No, next
Next hand.
You want to divide?
If you want.
We have a high end.
Yeah, you can.
I don't know,
Rattle
like
is
this
on.
hand, you know, we can divide it by.
Yeah, we can do that.
Suited
Can we
connected
settle
for
the
ice.
mid button?
Popping it up.
Can we settle the mid button between us?
Well, no, because.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, you're saying between
Yeah.
choose.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
I mean, I don't.
Can we split to pay the rest of the
Yeah, you can pay $60 each.
Okay.
Hold the action.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, or $50 each, I guess, in this case.
Yeah.
Alright,
So, yeah. So
I
it's
just don't want to lose all my stacks for
It's 115, right?
It's 120.
120. So if we cut out 2 players,
No, 140 minus 30.
7 calls.
I think it's 105 between us.
105.
So one pay 55.
Oh,
one
because
pay
it's
5.
it's like it's players minus 2 divided by 2.
Yeah.
Times 15.
15.
7 6. 8 6.
How long will it take a player full, or the table full of poker players to figure out a simple math problem?
That's no fun. You guys should
I just
battle
want
to
to
the
go
end.
That's
I'm gonna leave
cheating.
soon.
Yeah.
So I give
Oh, in that case.
I already gave it to you, right?
Well, you've been around this game long enough to know that not every poker player
Total.
focuses on the math.
So I gave it to 3 people, you gave it to 3 people.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you 10 and then you can give 15 to the rest. That's
You
fine.
pay?
Yeah.
Why?
This for him?
Yeah.
Who is this for?
Yeah.
Hal?
Yeah.
Did you get? You didn't get.
I did.
I
Yeah,
get
he got 15, so it's good. Yeah.
Check.
Everyone got it, right?
Yeah.
They said they're gonna shut down in like how many minutes? 20 minutes?
Check.
25.
So we do one more time?
You'd be able to play five hands.
Oh, can't, no more
No,
time.
we're not. I mean, because they.
No, we
just
can't do
split
the
it,
Nick game again. No.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think we have time.
Tomorrow? You come tomorrow?
I'm gonna play a couple of hands with you.
Tomorrow.
I get one small hand. You come tomorrow?
How many hands? About 5 hands?
If you come tomorrow, I come tomorrow. I promise. I take one, take the
Until
hand.
12, you got 25 minutes.
Yes
He
or
wants that
no?
hat real bad.
It's a maybe.
Not maybe. Yes or no?
it's a maybe.
If you say yes, I come tomorrow. I get one small head. I ring the big head for
usually
you.
don't know till last minute.
If I lose, I ring the big head for you. Wait,
Okay.
I promise.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
The big hat. Okay.
Yeah, I just take
This
small
is-
head.
this
It's
is
very
PLO.
cute.
PLO.
Yeah, now I'm looking for options to
Back to the PLO portion of our
lose more
game.
money.
Little 4-card game coming up.
Yeah.
I'm liking the PLO.
So this is straddle, right?
$15.
That's the most
straddle.
fun is
15
when 2
live
minutes
from
left in
Bryce.
the battle.
9 folds.
You know he's going to pot it.
Yeah, like I get screwed. You guys.
1 calls.
Man, we should
That's
have.
a
I don't think there's been a PLO hand that he hasn't potted pre-flop yet.
Yeah, you can do
Yeah,
that.
we could.
I was playing last night. They did
4
in the
calls.
big game. And it was 40 a
And he's
person.
got a nice hand to do it this time. Double
40
suited,
Oh,
ace,
you're
king,
playing
10,
5-5.
Probably the
straight.
best starter he's had in PLO.
Yeah.
You're doing 5-5.
Ahmed's got
How much
bad
balance?
aces.
360, I guess.
6 folds.
Oh, 360, okay.
Just
So
limped
40
in.
per person,
Yeah.
okay.
Let's go
Bryce.
ahead.
Raising it up to 75.
You're saying it happens very often?
To me. That's like the 4th time this month.
Call.
Really?
I don't hate Vicky's hand here.
He get ready?
Full jack and a queen.
I'm caught.
But the thing is that
Don't
it's
like that dangler, but
that big.
sometimes it can't be
But you know,
avoided.
if he just
How much
shoved
is
and
the
you
pot?
call, you all go twice.
75.
You don't go twice? You always go
Ahmed
once?
asked me how much he potted for it.
I get
before
one
Not even in
more.
40,
PLO?
I believe.
I'm saying like I lose his aces to ace king like this month like 4 times already.
Oh, okay.
I go twice when they get him in pre.
320.
I say I lose with aces against
I
ace
like
king like 4
this
times this
repot
month.
here with aces, kind of isolating, but
You just-
it's not going
you
to work.
And
Pot
then the
again.
16 that he just flat.
I guess it is going to
pre-flop,
work because
2-6
Bryce is
throw
going
me
to
off.
repot.
But he did it earlier in the stream. He platted ace king
Yeah,
earlier.
you don't really like
Yeah,
put
yeah, I know.
a lot of money in with naked aces, but
Got him.
I hope he
Good
was
hand.
if you can get heads up, maybe it'll be all right.
That's the only one hand I can beat out.
Yeah.
Queen
Ace
10,
Jack
empty
9 is not the
gets
worst
there,
hand, but you like to see at least one of
Yeah.
those aces suited.
Yep. Never expect the ace
If
king.
you don't
like
have
that.
any flush draws in your hand,
I was hoping that he had.
coming in pretty
I'm
weak.
sure you were, dude. I'm sure you were hoping at kings.
And
But
that's
essentially
kind of
when I
where
have kings, I
How
always
much
run
is
into
this?
aces for some
Vicky is
reason.
stuck here too.
So you just run it once usually.
And just jacks.
Even if you know you have kings.
Even in PLO.
The only good thing about
you
her
just go
hand is
once?
that she puts both of her opponents on aces.
I'm usually once.
Yesterday.
Once in Holdem, twice in
Yesterday,
PLO.
5K, small time. 6-8 hard.
But it's Holdem. It's Holdem.
Yeah. Even PLO.
Normally jacks are not a call.
Usually
Four
once
bet.
in Holdem unless the other person
PLO,
really wants to
but-
go twice, and then I've usually always go twice in PLO.
But when you're stuck,
Just 'cause
you
if-
know there's
if
only
no
a
one
half
says
hour
anything,
left in the game.
Yeah, it's a determining factor.
You got
Yeah.
1,500 in your stack, and you're like, I could take
Really,
one right here.
if they really want, they really nice.
I go once after the flop, but pre-flop I go twice. If I get it in
Really?
pre, I go twice. Yeah, like aces versus queens or whatever aces versus queens.
I mean, it's just PLO has so much variance.
Be careful, be careful with your card.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's right there.
Be careful.
See the quizzical look on Matt's face when as he looks at Vicky's hand. Like, what are you thinking about?
He said he had jacks against my
She's thinking about
Oh,
gambling.
he don't have jack.
Yeah,
Would've lose it
pure
all too?
gamble.
Yeah.
No, I jacks, yeah.
Yeah, you would have lose it all too.
Yeah. I would have called you. I was concerned about.
But on the
Yeah, you would have got it on the flop.
But on the flop, you not.
Look at.
All in here.
Good luck, guys.
You can see he's got the better hand, but I like the double suited hand of Bryce. But after seeing Vicky's queen jack jack go into the muck,
Yeehaw!
he's missing some.
I will take it tomorrow. I take it home. If I lose, I give you the big hand.
The big hand.
So we straight, right?
If they're running it one time,
Yeehaw!
I want to that flop when I have these.
good flop for aces.
4-bet flop. That's the most the cleanest flop ever.
And a great turn.
I thought I had an ace of club earlier. When I checked it out, I'm like, oh shit, I didn't even have the ace of club.
Aces.
And aces will hold for Ahmed. I like the shove. And worked out.
I don't know how to play PLO. I'm just,
That's how you do
Okay,
it.
that's it.
Because if I
Not
see a
for
flop and I hit
paper.
my 9 and then you have aces, it's
Yeah,
like, what
yeah, I don't want to see a flop.
It's
I
not
just
good
want to get
for
it all in pre-flop.
Well, if you get it all in pre versus one person, it's a good hand.
It's good.
It's a good hand, yeah.
But when you're going to a
Exactly,
flop
yeah.
with 4 or
I'm
5
not really a fan of PLO.
Especially with the naked
in general,
aces.
but I like
You're supposed to repot it with
If
aces,
you think you
right?
can get heads up with somebody, it's about the only
Unless
time
you're
you
like
want
on
to
the
do it.
gun, you can limp and then
call.
no, and then
Oh,
pop
jam.
it because someone will usually pot it.
Yeah,
and then you repot it, and then you want to go heads up against them.
Right.
But sometimes it doesn't happen. Sometimes it just limps all the way around, and you're like,
yeah,
sitting here with aces, going 9 ways.
Sometimes it limps all the way around.
Yeah, you got
Have
it.
you ever played Omaha with Bryce?
I think on Topo.
Yeah, I don't think it's flipped all the way around tonight.
How many hands have you played?
I'm not sure. Do you know how many hands we played?
Like 90.
And I give you a massive gift.
75.
I mean, you had a flush.
Cool.
Yeah. But I knew you had a king queen.
That means I'm not
I
running.
mean, you said it.
I said that.
You said it.
I knew that.
Yeah.
Want to start with for 15?
15, yeah. Whatever you want.
Bad. I don't know why I
Hey.
made that call.
Yeah.
Okay, we got.
Should have taken
start with 16?
not.
We straddle for 30.
Oh, that's mine.
Why are you laughing?
Oh, good. I caught it.
It's a sick game.
I'm trying to stop him like I'm there.
You want to start with
Like, hold up.
Yeah, this was a half hour ago.
I say we do it. I say we do it for the last
I
round.
haven't seen my cards. I'll do it if
He wants to start.
Come on, man.
He request me, how about you bet 15? I said, okay.
Yeah.
Straddle, yes.
Because he said like last 5 hands are just, okay. That's it.
raise.
4 raises to
No, 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 no,
75.
no, no, no.
4 folds, 5 folds, 6 folds.
Double straddle on. Ahmed wakes up
He
with
said after
5s and,
swing, they play on the
raises
table.
it up to
Anybody
75.
playing after?
I might play a little bit.
I guess
I'm
the
going to
first
sleep.
raise, yeah.
75.
Not me. He
PC
raised.
with ace queen.
He raised.
I have to pee so bad.
Call.
I'm definitely so
Anybody playing after stream? Anybody else?
No, I'm leaving.
And Siva gets in there with queen 6. Doing a little speculation.
3 players.
He did straddle for 30. So he's, I guess, priced in.
9 check.
5 still good for Ahmed. Betting 100.
100. 9 folds.
Wow. Ahmed, đấm xuống biển.
He's going to take it down.
Yeah, yeah.
That's going to work.
I will take the head. That's go home tomorrow.
Now, with that much dead money basically in the pot, open them with 5s and continue it is a good play.
That's a couple head,
Good
man.
flop, too.
That's the top of the line.
500.
So
That was the
I
perfect
do
bet.
take it.
I've seen a lot of poker players.
Able to scoop it.
I don't know, bro. I was thinking about jamming, but I think you call.
Airy side for couple
I think you
but
call.
I've never had small like that.
Hey, did he have a
I know,
straight on the
that's why.
flop or on the
Like
turn?
Pkwy has.
Yeah.
Did you have a straight on the flop?
I think you have to call if I jam.
On the turn.
But I mean, you made it such a great price.
Take
It's
it
like,
home.
That's why I say I could have bet 1,000, but I feel like, nah, you're not going to call 1,000, so I might as well bet 500.
That was a perfect bet.
yeah, it was
You got to scam.
Yeah.
perfect.
Because even anything lower looks like way too valuable almost. I mean, you still call, but like.
I mean, it's like 500, he get a good price for like 2,000, and probably you might call me.
Yeah.
Pay me to see my card.
5 folds, 6 folds.
Siva raising this one up with pocket 10s, making it 15 to go.
How many more hands do you have? 2?
1 fold.
3, 4.
This one and 3 more.
A few more hands left.
4 players.
I'm coming along with 8-2 suited.
Yeah, everybody knows the night is wrapping up, and yet again, a set of 10s. Hand of the night.
I just want to take small head go home.
Only people that
Rounding out with 6s. That's 25.
No, I would play the TCH one tomorrow, but it's not gonna be.
I give you a tea, you don't want
This one is more crazy. This one's more relaxed.
This one,
Even
yeah,
just
but
calling
also
top
way
set.
more.
Is it a 1-3 over there?
No, it's like 5, 5.
It's 5,
It's crazy.
5, 10,
Like 5, 10.
50, bro.
5, 10, 50.
It's not 50, but
Shadow
shadow
panels
10.
here.
Unlimited
Shadow's
shadow.
usually on, so 5, 10, 20, really.
Okay.
The last time I played, like 70%, we were playing 5,
Hands
5,
full
10,
now for
20,
Siva.
50 the whole night.
It's a big game.
It is a big game.
Good, man.
You just need one hand. That's it.
I played the last week and Stroh's beat
$40.
2 bets, 40.
This 90 is not
Less
as
than
good,
half
bro.
the pot.
Winning,
Right
losing,
in there.
punting,
Yup.
Hunting.
Hard.
hunting.
Hunting, dude. Dude, I flopped middle set and I just opened shove because I know she's gonna call.
Snap
She
pause.
snapped me off.
With ace
Top
high.
pair.
Okay.
It was Jack 10-5 and she had King Jack.
Okay.
No, but there's other one. I was getting it in with kings, queens against. I was running
Right,
big,
50.
and she was calling. The kings and queens we went twice and we both chopped both.
Oh man.
But
Would you have one on
called with
both?
ace 6 and
Ace
ace
high.
3.
Offsuit.
Would you
On the
have?
queens, we got queens in free. She called with ace 3. She made it 700. I raised 200. She made it 700. I raised all in like 2,500.
Snap card.
How
Yeah.
you do?
She called me
Raise
snap.
it up.
Ace 3.
And Bryce
It's
making
off.
the call.
Full house.
I go twice free.
It's the call.
Wow.
Wow.
Another quarter.
Hey, my friend.
Missed that warning
I'm
sign
sorry.
right there.
Yeah, what you do?
Anytime your opponent waits and waits and waits and then raises, that's a pretty big red flag.
I got it on the head. That's very small, I can see. Never see that up.
Do you play
So
online
I
now?
told him when I lose, I give him big head like that. I got it. Yes, what is? I take the picture I sent for him. I just want to take some. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the week
Vicky's
before
still
that.
out. I can hear her in your
Yeah, you played the one
here.
It was on for 10K.
She hasn't even got excited yet
Yeah,
tonight.
she's
10K.
she's opening up
Right before I'm
as the night goes on.
Oh wow.
One guy
Straddle
lost.
for
Come on,
6
bro,
here,
get in there.
136.
I thought he was going to be back the week
4
before,
folds,
but he wasn't, so I didn't show up.
Ron with a suited ace,
5 folds.
getting in there. And Yuvraj raising it up to 25 with ace-4 offsuit. Wants to get involved in one of these last hands.
9 folds, 1 call.
CPT calling with king-queen of diamonds, and Vicky getting in there with dinner for 2. And Siva waking up with big slick, all this action in front of him. In the straddle. Try to get rid of some of these players. Make a big raise here.
2 raises, 145.
145 is the bet.
5 folds.
Get rid of Ron at least. I predict if Yuvraj calls, they all call. But I think he's going to fold. And he does.
Well, 145 should get rid of all of them.
Why you raise, you fold. I'm call.
Thank you.
I think if he called, CPT calls behind and then Vicky calls, but CPT wants to see the flop here. And Vicky getting in there as well.
Don't see your card.
Okay.
3 players.
CPT and Siva both flopping top pair. Siva with the better kicker.
1 bet.
Vicky flopping a flush draw, maybe?
Guess you could call it that.
Two bets, 175.
Siva betting out, 175. Gonna be tough for CPT to get away from this one.
9 calls.
Getting out of the way. Heads up now to the turn. CPT looking for some help here, a diamond or a queen. He gets neither. Wheel draw now for Siva to go along with his top.
9 bets.
$475 is the bet. About half the pot. CPT in a tough spot. As you can see, only 3 outs to improve. Makes the call.
9 calls.
And a jack on the river is no help. 1766 in the pot. CPT with about 1,800 in his stack.
I got a king.
How was your kicker?
Ace king.
King, queen.
Yeah.
You can fold the ace 4.
Oh my gosh.
Nice hand.
Real?
Nice hand for Siva and a
Dude.
nice
Counting
big pot
almost stack. I was like,
for Siva stream here.
It's almost
That's got to feel good.
I either put you on ace king.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of
Aces,
wishful thinking from
aces, or
CPT.
king, queen.
Oh, no, all in?
You've had a fairly tight opponent over there
So it's like
that
king, queen,
played it
three
exactly
to
like he had
only
in
ace
hand like
king,
ace king.
that's it.
Yeah.
King jack.
Rare misstep. CPT's been playing super well all night and running great as well.
You almost fold, bro.
Then you throw in the body language portion of it. It was pretty obvious
Not that much behind.
when he's waiting and waiting and waiting and then betting, trying to make it look like he's got a tough decision. You got to pick up on those signs, or else it's going to cost you some money.
I'll see you soon.
It's a lot easier to read the body language when you can see the cards, though.
Yeah, it's just kind of what I do.
Yeah. Yuvraj raising it up. He's got 2 queens. Just a couple hands left of the night. It's a pretty good one to start out with. He's going to get a lot of action, though.
Yeah, I think they have like...
I always hate it when I got queens or jacks and I'm facing 2 or 3 opponents. It's really bad when you got 4 opponents.
And you got to stop playing in Texas.
Yeah, right?
1 jacks,
You can
5
dig
jacks.
all you want.
And of course, there's a king on the board. Lucky for you, Raj, nobody has a king.
6 bet.
Get out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
50 bucks.
1 folds. 5 calls.
King, queen?
Yeah.
Ron getting in there with a gut shot. Backdoor hearts.
Yeah, I
or
could easily have
diamonds,
king,
rather. Those aren't coming.
I was not folding if I bet the river go, but just...
What's up?
No, if I bet the river, I was not gonna
I'm looking
fold
for
for
a
your
6.
check raise or whatever, but still I don't have like this. If you pushed it.
A jam river?
6
Open
No,
jam?
when you check, that was gonna...
No, I know. I'm saying if I open jam.
Yeah,
that's
that's a tough
okay.
spot.
Terrified of a
Eventually
king
I
in
would
that
solve because
spot.
of Just the pot of
Yeah.
But
I wasn't even in the hand and I was scared of Ron.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have called.
Don't go so crazy on the last hand, guys. It's the last hand.
okay, straddle, round of straddle, come on.
Doesn't mean it's the last hand of your life.
1, 3, 6. Straddle is on.
Black and play purple.
I believe this
Who's
is the
staying?
last hand of the
I
night.
can stay for like... Who's one more hour.
I'm leaving.
You're leaving?
I'm definitely leaving.
I'm
You're
staying.
I'm leaving.
4.
I'm staying.
You're staying.
You got straddle on.
I haven't made my mind up.
We're gonna move out there though.
Yeah, they go out
We'll
there.
try to get out there for you.
Are there people playing out there?
Yeah, we actually.
Are y'all 2 tables going? Or?
I have nothing to check, but I think there's room. We'll figure it out when we get there. But if you guys don't know, we have that promotion. And they let the hand play out.
5 calls.
That's Brandon in the background reminding
They
everybody
also have a
that
promotion where you
This is the last
hit Royal
one.
Flush, you get 1K.
7 raises.
My friend hit it yesterday.
Really?
He got 1K.
$50.
1 yellow chip.
$50 every 15 minutes.
Anytime. No, after midnight, I
1
guess.
calls.
Oh, yeah.
You happen to have played the
What happened?
Yeah,
tournament
he
earlier
was stuck
today,
and
and
he
they doubled
got
that.
one
$100
kid chip. He
every
was like,
15 minutes.
Nice.
man,
You have
I
a
needed
tournament
Is it your friend with glasses?
No, the other guy.
Yeah, that's a crazy promotion.
Sayed? It was a group of 5-10 players.
Okay.
Couple tables out there. The chance to win a high hand every 15 minutes.
Got a big pot brewing here. Hugh raised it up to 25 with 8-6 off, or suited rather. Bryce free betting with 4-5. Vicky getting in there on the button with an ace. And Siva with a real hand here. Ace Jack of hearts.
2 raises.
Raising it up. Putting the pressure on. Final hand of the night.
265.
Making it 265.
5 fold.
Hugh trying to decide if he wants to gamble this last hand of the night. He chooses not to, but something tells me Bryce is going to call. Big splashy call.
Sloppily, but he called.
The last time is always a big one, huh?
Tend to be like that.
Bryce leaving only 300 behind. Might as well just put it all in now, but too late for that. We'll see what happens after the flop. If I was Siva, I'd probably just dark bet $305. He can't fold. And he does move all in. Bryce gets out of the way.
Oh my gosh.
That's going to do it
was last time?
Live stream for the evening. Wild Wednesday truly was wild this evening.
It was an interesting
Stuck
night.
around for the whole thing. We appreciate it. Yeah, it was an interesting night. Taking a look at the leaderboards here. Bryce with the highest VPIP, no surprise there.
Vicky only being 48%, that's a bit of a surprise.
She definitely slowed down after the first couple of orbits there. Hugh and Bryce tied for pre-flop raises.
How did Ron get to 1%?
Well, he had the hit button a few times. Siva, the big winner. Ron up there. Look at that.
Nice.
Up 1,200 bucks. Good to see him on the winning side of the board. For Champions Poker Live, this is Dan Fouts with Mike Lehner. Thank you for joining us. Come back again tomorrow night at 8 p.m. for another 1-3 Holdem extravaganza.